Is my suppressor attached? Yeah, we're good. Fuck, my game's lagging out.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to Oscar 1.
Oh, my legs. Got 2 broken legs already. First of the day.
Raven here. I'm moving out. ETA 30 seconds. Hurry up and get in. Ready up. We're taking off. Approaching the LT. 30 seconds.
Well, that was a quick flight.
Spread out.
let's finish this up. Princess, stop licking me. You're not getting any pizza. I said no. You can come sit here for a minute while it cools off. That's it. You're not getting any. Princess, I already told you what's up, girl. No begging. See, it's on. Princess. Quit being fucking weird. Making daddy uncomfortable. Oh, we missed one. Alright, up next we need to go to Banpa. That should be an interesting adventure, to say the least. Let's start heading that way. The goal is to finish both Midnight Sapphire and Banpa today. I forgot to get rid of this pistol. Oh well. Run it. You have really pretty eyes, you know that? You have really pretty eyes. What? Princess. You're such a little whore. I love you. You just got down, Princess. Chill. Go find something to do. Uh-oh. Open, 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 open. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. Somebody has a gun. What we got in here? Cancer. Okay, I'll take this. The same thing, but it has more health because it hasn't been used yet. Ooh. Ooh. Yo, what are you getting into out here? I'm supposed to collect something from in here, but I have no idea what it is. I can at least sell that. The mission's supposed to be complete when I touch that table. Oh, it's on the first floor. Okay. Oh! I didn't see this here. I don't have the key for it. Alright, well, we're on a key trip then. Ow! Who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, ho ho ho. Give me that, you stupid bitch. Where's this damn key? Let's just run back to Diamond and see if I have one in storage, I suppose. Nope. This shit's all for sale. I don't know what this is, but it looked good. Because I have a lot of rail attachments and slots to add rail attachments. I'm gonna hold on to this. Okay, you on the AK-74M. I don't want you actually. Hut. Wow. I actually don't have it. We're about to go on a key hunt today. Princess. Who do you think you are? Princess, you act like you're the main character. Ah. Princess! Oh my god! Coming up here, sit the fuck down. Starting to annoy me. Holy fuck, it's so hot out. I wish I had air conditioning, I really do. That'd be nice. Military caps. Useless. Useless. Useless! Watch, are gonna be US rounds. Well, LPS are kind of expensive. Take the LPS rounds. Useless! I need to take my shirt off. It is way too fucking hot. Get in here. So allegedly one of the stilt houses can have the key. We're gonna run to the stilts. Hello? Here. Remember me? I'm the one that killed you a long time ago. Alright, well, I guess I can grab more shit while I'm here then. Got my Mosins that I dropped here earlier. Oh, nice. And it's got ammo. Nice. Not what I'm looking for though, I need that key. Guess I'll take another one. I mean, at the very least, I can go sell all these Mosins and get some cash. Well, that concludes the stilt houses. Did not find the key. US rounds are the worst rounds in the game by far. What do these civvies got? I'll take the drink. Yeah, I'll take some food and drink. In general, that's not a bad haul. What have you got? Nothing useful. Am I surprised? No. Has anybody else come and opened this yet? No. Alright, I suppose we should run the gator and make a sale. If everything respawns, we'll come back and hunt for a key again. Hmm. I want to sell that. Damn, I got so much shit here I can sell now. I literally just have a backpack of guns I took from those guys. Is that what I think it is? If so, what is he doing all the way out here? Hello. I'll kill you in a minute. Let me finish my cookie. I think that hit him in the neck. It looked more like a bleed out than an insta death. Nope. We cooked them for sure. That raspberry, I think, is stronger than the Oberon, even though it doesn't say it is. Never mind, it's starting to kick in. Go see about those guys in the hut over here. Maybe they had some key for us. I doubt it, but it's possible. I need to open a fucking window. I'm dying in here. Oh, fuck. Ugh. That feels a lot better already. Hi everybody, I'm looking for a key. Do you have a key out here? Hello? Where are they all at? Hello? We're going full auto. I don't know what's going on here. Key? Nope. Just fitting on the shitty backpack. Hello? Where's the other grenade? Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, someone already killed him. Who and why? Go ahead and grab these grenades and stick them in my pockets. Oh. Grenade. Oh. Give me that. Give me that. Sir, do you have a key? I'm here for a key. When I get the key, I'll stop killing you guys. Oh, Oh, is that fresh? No, it's my old one. Okay, someone's shooting at me. Cool. Who's shooting? Hello? Oh? Hello? No respawns? Unfortunate. Oh shit. Oh shit! So you guys have finally started to return, huh? You got my key? Did anybody even get hit by that grenade? What the hell? You guys didn't get hit by a grenade. Oh. bleeding and we have a broken bone. Oh! Hello? There you are. Oh. Do you have a key? Bruh. Y'all starting to piss me off with your no key having asses. Stop shooting at me, I just want a key. Bro? You don't want this smoke. You got my key? I'm gonna be overweight. I might as well be overweight with a bunch of stuff I can sell. Oh! Hello. Get to cover, get to cover, get to cover, get to cover, get to cover. You're shot, you're shot, you're shot, you're shot, you're shot. You are hurt. You are hurt. Okay, what happened? Okay. That's not a terrible fix, to be honest. Go ahead and put a band-aid on it. Now, who did that? Ah, there you are. That was an easy problem solved. Whoa, hey, 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 hey. Let's play nice. Where are you going? I thought you said you were gonna fuck me up. Come back. You really fucked me up good, bro. Well done. They should nickname you the fucker-upper. Because you fucked me up so good. Oh. Oh, 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 we're talking my language. You really are the fucker-upper. Dropping shit like that for the enemy. Hello. You're usually in here camping this stuff. Guess not today. 2 of those. 1 of those. Yeah, it's the same loot. It didn't respawn. Which is stupid. I've had to re-kill everything. I should be able to re-loot it too. Nope. Who was that? Where are you? Hello? Yo, I can hear y'all talking. nope, nope. And this armor's really taking it right now. Just got a light bruise, it's okay. Oh shit. Give him a key. Would it kill you guys to carry a fucking key to the place that you're protecting? Did you respawn yet? No. But you're probably better than what I have now, aren't you? Yeah. Mine's starting to break down from all the bullets it's taken. Okay, has anybody else opened this yet? Oh, fucking hell. What just happened? Holy hell. That was so sudden. I should have died there. For the first time in history, I should have died in Grayzone, and I didn't. Yep, I thought that's what was happening there. Here. Have one of those. That's a worth an arm and a leg. Give me this fucking key, bro. Where is this fucking key? Still not respawning this, huh?
I will buy you, motherfucker.
Hello?
Over here. I see him.
Huh? Still no key. Well, you know what that means. Time for an Oberon. In the meantime, what we could do is we could fly out to go see Spielbreak doesn't really have one nearby. I believe Nomad was the other one. Fly to Nomad.
Roger. Raven is in the air and heading to India 2.
Yes, I have a
Raven
schedule.
arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
Look at all these guns. I'm gonna go sell them all. They're all useless except for the fact that they're worth money.
I'm here. Move it. Go.
I'm coming. If you leave without me, I will shoot you.
Get ready. We're moving out.
I have ugly knees. Oh shit. I thought I'd be able to pull the pin and hold it. interesting looking M700. It's not finished. That one is finished. Anyone who uses this gun sucks. By default, because the gun makes them suck. Have you anything useful in here at all? Sir, I came all the way here hoping you'd have something nice for me. Is this some sort of joke? This is actually kind of aggravating. Your best item is a 3A plus helmet, which is 5% permanently damaged for $1,028 or $1,280. That's insane. It's fucked up. That ain't right. Especially when I come over here for cheaper and get a better piece of armor. Jeez, man. And I'm going to, by the way, because I can. What a waste of my time coming out here.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to Golf 2.
Forgot to grab ammo. Hey, butterflies.
Landing, get in, go!
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my fucking dip.
Strap in, we're heading out.
Well, I seem to have lost it.
Ready, 30 seconds. Go, go, go!
I'm back. Need to order a new can of Outlaw apparently, because I think I left mine at work. No. No. Oh, hi. I wasn't looking. You have my key? Man, I'm here for one thing, and I'd really like to get it. Okay. What? Alright, we're putting on the news. You're getting the Catholic news today, since you chose Michael. Matt just now went live, so like that's a live news right now. I haven't used the desktop site in forever. I forget how to navigate this.
A mountain of new information has come out about Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin. The new information paints a clear picture of what the suspect is and what he
Why does it keep freezing?
believes. Based on the current evidence and everything that keeps coming in, the suspect's ideology could not possibly be clearer, and yet, this is where things get really weird. Polling shows that people are currently more inclined to believe the opposite. I'm Michael Knowles. This is the Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. A lot to get to. A ton of information has come out over the weekend, and it doesn't seem to have made it to the public. And I think that might be intentional, because the media are clearly trying to hide what he believed and who he was. I'm walking with my kids in the park on Saturday, I think it was, and I've been getting a ton of text messages. Thank you to many of you who have texted me and reached out about this, how you're feeling, how I'm feeling. Obviously, this is a national trauma, far beyond someone losing his friend, far beyond someone losing a political figure that they admire. This is really next level for a whole host of reasons. Because of what he meant, because he didn't hold political office, because he just wanted to talk it out, because his assassination was captured in 4K because of the reaction, on and on and on. We're going to get to all of it. But it's obviously a major, major national trauma. So amid all of these texts, I get a text from a liberal family member of mine, who I'm very close to, saying, Michael, why are you blaming this on the left when the shooter was a MAGA Republican? Totally sincere, totally meant, scolding me for blaming the assassination of Charlie Kirk on the left, when, in his words, it was a MAGA Republican. And he reads the news. He's a low information voter, you would have to say, but he consumes plenty of popular liberal media. And he was convinced that the shooter was a MAGA Republican. What are the facts? What do we know now? What is not even contested by the liberal media before they put their spin on it? The shooter was not a student at the school. Charlie was assassinated at this university in Utah. He was not a student. He drove about 3 hours to get there. He was, however, apparently pretty good at school. He did relatively well in high school. He got a scholarship to Utah State. He dropped out after one semester and was in a tech apprenticeship program. The bullets that he fired and that he had chambered and in his magazine included multiple engravings. One was, "Hey fascist!" exclamation point, catch, all caps, exclamation point. Hey fascist, catch. Seems pretty clear what his ideological motivation is. Next bullet. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 which is an Italian Antifa song. Antifa, the far left terror organization, ostensibly anti-fascist, but goes way, way back, and apparently has been popular online and in video game culture. But determinedly, without question, a song from the radical left. Third engraving. Notices bulges, O-W-O, what's this? This is apparently a reference to furry subculture. Furry, people have probably heard about it at some point over the years. It's this weird sex thing. It's this freaky sex thing where people dress up as anthropomorphic animals and do sex stuff. And this also, I guess, comes from an internet meme. This also relates to the trans ideology because furries are, according to furscience.com, a furry institute, I guess, furries are 25 times more likely than the ordinary population to identify as trans. So weird sex stuff tracks entirely left-wing. And then, last little bit of information. At a recent family dinner, the shooter reportedly spoke to a family member about why he hated Charlie Kirk, and the conversation referenced that, quote, Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Ben made a very good point when he went on Bill Maher. He said, well, there were people who hated Charlie on the fringe right as well. It wasn't just people on the left. And that is true. There were people on the fringe right who made their entire career out of harassing Charlie Kirk in particular. A lot of us, but in particular Charlie Kirk. And so it's not totally out of the realm of possibility that the shooter could have been on the fringe right until you get all of this evidence. Because, and Ben made this point on Bill Maher's show, if it were someone on the fringe right attacking Charlie Kirk, he would not have been attacking him because he was, quote, full of hate and spreading hate. It would be the opposite. They'd say it's because he's milquetoast. It's because he's too moderate. It's because he doesn't go far enough. And so the kind of attack that was being lobbed at Charlie Kirk by these family members, by the shooter and his family members, was one from the left. You take one or two of these things in isolation, much less all of this evidence together, it is not ambiguous. The shooter was very clearly, all of the evidence says, very, very clearly on the left. And we have not yet talked about the shooter's tranny live-in boyfriend. The governor of Utah, this is not just some internet rumor, this is not just from some sleuth independent journalist, the governor of Utah went on CNN to confirm that the shooter has a trans-identifying live-in boyfriend.
Some outlets are reporting that the suspect lived with a transgender partner. Is that accurate? And are investigators looking at this part of his life as a possible motivation?
Yes, definitely. And yes, I can confirm that. I know that has been reported, and that the FBI has confirmed that as well, that the roommate was a romantic partner, a male transitioning to female. I can say that that he has been very cooperative. This partner has been incredibly cooperative, had no idea that this was happening, and is working with investigators right now.
And how is that relevant to the investigation when it comes to the motive? Are you learning that?
Sure. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Again, it's easy to draw conclusions from that, and so we've got the shell casings, other forensic evidence that is coming in, and trying to piece all of those things together.
The CNN lady goes on. She says, "Well, we don't want to come to conclusions. We need to be very, very careful. We need to, as if to what relevance does that have to the conclusions?" I don't know. We're trying to figure out if the guy who killed one of the most prominent political figures in America had a political motivation, and he wrote these far-left slogans all over the bullets, and he was homosexual, dating a man who thinks that he's a woman. So, gee, I don't know. It doesn't take Sherlock Holmes. Pretty sure he wasn't a Burkean conservative. Pretty sure he wasn't a trad cat. If I had a hunch, if I had to take a guess, I would say he was on the political left. By the way, the governor of Utah is not even some right-wing, rock-ribbed conservative Republican. He's a very, very moderate Republican. He has, in fact, indulged the transgender ideology and the pronoun disputes in the past. He is centrist, quite centrist. He's actually quite liberal by Republican standards. And he goes out there and he says, look, this is not ambiguous at all. The shooter had a boyfriend. He had a boyfriend. And the boyfriend thought that he was a woman. These are people that were steeped in all of the most left-wing ideologies. Don't just take the governor's word for it. Here is what a neighbor had to say about the shooter and his boyfriend.
Yeah. He was
Were they holding him?
Yeah. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them, so
How long ago was it?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they looked like they were couples?
Yeah.
Reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know, where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but yeah, I saw them.
Okay, it goes on and on and on, this interview, but here you have it from the neighbor. Yes, I saw them. Yes, they were dating. Yes, they were holding hands. Yes, they were kissing. Yes, the guy was a transvestite. Yes, 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 yes. All of this being confirmed on every single front. Furthermore, the Daily Mail confirms that the transgender partner of the suspect here shared a post online to show support for Joe Biden. Apparently, he has an account on a website called furaffinity.net because they were furries, another weird, deviant sexual subculture. And he apparently posted on an online forum and said that he supported Joe Biden. Furthermore, even beyond the trans-identifying partner, we have even clearer evidence. We'll get to that momentarily. First, I know a lot of people have a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts about this national trauma, and some people don't know how to submit to the mailbag. It's very simple. Go to dailywire.com, go to the watch page, go to the Michael Knowles Show, click submit a mailbag question, write your question, submit the email, or record your voice message. Keep it to 30 seconds, please. Send it in. We can talk about it on Friday. Here, once again, is Governor Cox, NBC News, Meet the Press, asked about the ideology. See, is there any ambiguity in this answer?
Well, look, I've talked to President Trump. President Trump is angry, and he has every right to be angry. A lot of Americans are very angry right now, and there clearly was a leftist ideology with this assassin, and so I totally understand that anger.
Furthermore, he goes on to tell the Wall Street Journal, it's very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Okay, I could go on and on and on. We don't have time. I want to get to the bigger point. How is it the case that my relative could write to me and say, Michael, stop blaming the left. This shooter was a MAGA Republican? Because I know he's not the only one, because I've seen the data on this. We'll get to that momentarily. I've heard from you. I've seen the posts on social media. How is it, given all of that evidence, all of the evidence points to if he had held a giant billboard saying, I am an ideologically consistent leftist, while he committed his crime, it could not be clearer. How is it that people could be confused? Because the liberal media are lying about it.
Of course.
Here's what CNN had to say. CNN. The messages on the bullet casings also included a mix of memes and allusions to video games, suggesting a deep immersion in an irony-soaked online world where meanings can be difficult to precisely decipher. Catch this, fascist. Is that difficult to decipher? You sing an Antifa song. Antifa, the most prominent left-wing terror organization in the country. Is that difficult to decipher? He's dating a tranny. Is that difficult to decipher? Is any of this difficult to decipher? The person that he's dating posts that he supports the left-wing presidential candidate. Is that difficult to decipher? He had a conversation with his family shortly before the shooting in which he talked about how much he hated Charlie Kirk from a left-wing perspective. Is that difficult? I don't find any of that difficult to decipher. It's not just CNN. The Guardian. The Guardian interviews the shooter's grandmother and uses this as evidence that the shooter not only was not on the left, but might in fact even be on the right. The grandmother's name, Debbie. My son, his dad is a Republican for Trump, Debbie told the outlet. Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. I'm just so confused. Still, the Guardian goes on, she firmly rejects the idea that her grandson could be involved, claiming she has never seen him handle a gun, let alone possess one. I don't think he ever shot a gun, to tell you the truth, she said. He doesn't hunt. He's never liked anything like that. I know he doesn't own any guns. There you go. There's proof positive. Not only was the shooter not a Democrat, not only was he not on the left, he was a Republican. Not only was he a Republican, he didn't even commit the crime. Never mind all of the evidence. Never mind the fact that his father reportedly turned him in after his father discovered that he had committed the crime, allegedly. Never mind any of that. No. The Guardian says, no. He was on the right, and he didn't do it anyway. And what's the evidence? The evidence, I kid you not, is Granny can't believe her precious little grandson would do something like that. Nobody's grandmother, no criminal who's ever lived has a grandmother who thinks that he could have done that. The evidence is Granny really loves her grandson. But that's the sort of thing people are reading. Finally, New York Times. This one to me is the pièce de résistance. The police found messages after Kirk's killing. What they mean is unclear. The messages relied on an enigmatic, coded communication style used by the habitually online. It's just so unclear. Catch this, fascist, Italian Antifa song, weird sex stuff. It's totally unclear. It's totally unclear. Is it unclear? 3 professional writers contributed to this article. Not one of them apparently is literate. I think it would be a good idea for the New York Times, the Gray Lady, the paper of record, to consider hiring writers who are literate. Because, listen, I don't know. I'm not some expert. I don't regularly write for fancy prestige publications, but I can read Catch This Fascist. I can read the online postings of this guy or of his transgender identifying partner. Are you confused? Is this unclear to you? And here's the evidence, by the way. Here's the evidence from the New York Times. This is the best they could come up with. He was registered to vote, but was not affiliated with a political party and appeared to have never voted in an election. His parents are both registered Republicans. And I think that's where it comes from. That's the closest thing that these guys can arrive at, is they'll say, well, his family was Republican. Oh, yeah. Radical leftists have never come from Republican families, right? They basically always come from Republican families because leftism is just another way to say, screw you, Dad. I'm not even just making that as a joke. That is a fact. Think about the most radical left-wing people you've ever met. I bet more times than not, those people come from relatively conservative families. At least in my experience, they do. Because that kind of politics in itself is an act of rebellion. But even put that aside for a second. Just read what the suspect wrote in his own words on the bullets everywhere else. Can the New York Times be this stupid? I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. The purpose here is to obscure, and this is ironic, because the ostensible purpose of, excuse me, I don't know why I'm losing my voice. I don't know. It's been a long week, folks. I think maybe other people are losing their voices too. But the ostensible purpose of the news media is to inform people. It's to tell people the truth, to make clear what is happening in our world. And the irony is, the obvious purpose of the New York Times in this article, and of CNN, and of The Guardian, and of all the rest of these outlets, is to obscure. What they are obviously trying to do is exactly the opposite of what journalism is for. They are trying to make sure you don't get to the truth, to make sure you don't have a clear picture of what's happened. They're trying to obscure everything, because all of the evidence shows he was on the extreme left. And the misinformation is working. It's not just my family member. It's not just some of your family members or some of your friends who think that this person, the shooter, was on the right or was a MAGA Republican or something. There was a survey just came out from YouGov, just conducted yesterday, I think it was. 2,355 US adults. A plurality. When they had to choose one political party or the other, the plurality think he's a Republican. 21% say that the shooter was a Democrat, 24% say that the shooter was a Republican. And then further, 15% say that he was neither, which is technically, though not really the correct answer, but he wasn't technically affiliated with any political party. But if we're speaking of the political parties as broad political coalitions, the Democrat being the left coalition, the Republican being the right coalition, even if this guy wasn't actually showing up to vote, as half of Americans don't show up to vote, he clearly aligned entirely with the Democrats, not at all with the Republicans. 40% are unsure. The misinformation works. People are more likely to believe that the shooter was a Republican than that he was a Democrat. And what YouGov has also shown is that the left is much more likely to support political violence. The left is 2.5 times as likely to defend political violence as the right is. So now you've got this bizarre reaction from the left. And this, I think, is a big reason why Charlie's assassination has become such a national trauma for people. It's not even just the assassination itself, though that was bad enough. That's traumatic enough. It's the realization that people seem impervious to the truth. Many people refuse to see the truth as it is. And people have this gut reaction. A lot of the country has this gut reaction to justify it, to say this kind of political violence is justified, that a guy who only ever wanted to talk it out could be murdered for expressing milquetoast opinions, centrist opinions, totally normal, common sense opinions. And half the country would defend it. They would say, no, they would say, our side would not have committed that political violence, but we would be justified to do so. That's what you're seeing from the polls. That's what you're seeing play out on social media. That's what you're seeing even from not just the fringes, but the elite people on the left. We'll get to that in 1 second. First, though, my favorite comment last week is from Emiliam7898. Turning Point, never a more prophetic name of an organization by such a fearless leader. May his memory always be a blessing. Turning Point, absolutely. There's an expression, nomen est omen. The name is an omen and a harbinger of things to come. Turning Point very much seems to be that way. The evidence that the shooter is on the left is overwhelming and dispositive. Full stop. That's done. So now the left, unable to disprove it, struggling to obscure it, though having a reasonable degree of success, is going to move on to its next objective, which is to say that it doesn't matter. the left may have succeeded thus far at confusing people about what this shooter really believed, but the truth is going to come out. There's going to be a trial. The evidence will be presented. They're not going to be able to keep a lid on the truth forever. So they have to move on to their next strategy, which is to say, well, look, his political ideology does not really matter. Here you have some left-wing analyst speaking to Reuters.
That the attack on Charlie Kirk is from the left. I mean, I hear you. Okay, no, it doesn't. I'm getting that wrong.
No, I mean, I don't know who did this, and I sure hope that it was not from the left. That would be better. But it doesn't matter, because the first Trump assassination also was not from the left. It was just a guy who was going to also had Biden on his target list. And it's been made in the ideology of this far right that you're seeing online. It's part of a line, Brett Kavanaugh, Trump assassination, now Charlie Kirk. It doesn't matter that it wasn't from the left, because that part has been erased in the common litany of grievances. And so, I hope this wasn't from the left for all sorts of good reasons, but I'm not sure it'll make that much of a difference.
Can you tell me why you say that? Is it because you say that not as I think I'm hearing you right, that you say that not as a person who is, oh, well, I'm from the left and I don't want it to be one of my people. You're saying it as it's better to contain it on one side. Like if it exists on one side, it's easier to contain than if you do actually have now a burgeoning problem on the left where you're getting into a Hatfields versus McCoy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just about the momentum of violence, right? If one side.
Okay, I've heard enough. You get the point. Amazing lies coming from this woman. She says, well, look, actually, the man who nearly murdered Donald Trump and only did not succeed, only blew off part of his ear because at the very last second improperly turned his head. Well, that guy actually, he wasn't on the left. Mind you, his only political donation he ever made was to Act Blue, was to the left, was to the Biden regime. Mind you, he tried to blow the head off the president. No, that wasn't from the left. All the political violence comes from the right, she's insinuating. Sometimes these people say it explicitly. Oh no, it all comes from the right. And this shooter, I really hope he wasn't from the left, but he probably wasn't from the left. And actually, it's all from the right. And then Reuters says, well, hold on. You're saying it'd be better if it's not on the left, not just because you don't want blood on your hands, but no, because you think it's better to contain it to one side and all of the violence is on the right as it is now. Yes, exactly. There's no political violence on the left. Forget about BLM, forget about Antifa, the most prominent and active domestic terrorist organization in the country, which has tried to blow me up
for
too.
like all of the political
forget
violence
about
in history
BLM,
ever.
which committed political violence against the right for 8 months,
That's
burned cities
crazy.
down, killed dozens of people. Never mind. All of the other campus events where the left has not only shouted down right-wing speakers, but attacked them, not only in America, though largely in America, but even overseas. No, forget all of that. No. The violence, it has to come from the left. Despite all, or rather, the violence has to come from the right. It can't come from the left, they say, despite all of the evidence to the contrary. Then, because the evidence obviously points to the political violence being a left-wing problem, the way that they get out of that is they cook the books. I made this point during the show on Friday. Seth Moulton, the Democrat congressman, was saying that the violence comes from the right. 75% of it comes from the right, not from the left. I said, well, hold on, that can't be true. And then I just went back through the most prominent examples of left-wing political violence, including one that was against me, from Antifa just a couple years ago. And I realized that the authorities just didn't classify it as left-wing political violence. They would downgrade everything. Oh, it was just obstruction of justice. Oh, it was not ideologically motivated. It was motivated by a desire for attention. Oh. And they just write it out. So that the way that they can even come to those statistics is by just lying and by covering up all of the left-wing violence. But this woman makes one very important point. And this is the part that is really weighing heavily on a lot of people right now, which is, she says, well, look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what the ideological motivations are. And that's true, but it's true in a way that she doesn't realize. Even if it came out that this shooter were on the right, which at this point, given this evidence, it cannot. It is proven he is of the left in like every way that you can possibly prove it. But even if it were the case that it were somehow all irony, and we're all just a big ruse, and he's actually a bow tie, Tweety, Mitt Romney voting Republican or something, even if that were true, it wouldn't matter because of the reaction from the left. Because the normie left has shrugged its shoulders at or attempted to justify or outright celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. The New York Times, no less prestigious a platform than the New York Times, just ran a column by Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is a left-wing streamer, pretty popular. Hassan Piker on Charlie Kirk. The two men had very different politics, but as a fellow star of a new political media class, the left-wing streamer had a personal reaction to Mr. Kirk's assassination. I'm not even going to read it. I don't see any reason to read the New York Times these days. To put the fact that the New York Times would interview Hassan Piker at this moment into perspective, here's Hassan Piker talking about political violence.
Kill them! Kill those! And murder those in the street! Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
So it's easy enough to listen to that guy and say, man, he's a retrograde, he's a Neanderthal, he's not fit for polite society, he should be exiled, what a joke, First of all, he's relatively popular. Second of all, he's being lifted up in the New York Times as one of the voices to listen to in the wake of this assassination. I could have said a couple years ago that this guy was fringe. Play it again, just for the people in the back seats.
Kill them! Kill those! And murder those in the street! Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
The red capitalist blood. He's not talking about Al-Qaeda here. He wouldn't speak that way about Al-Qaeda. He's not talking about geopolitical adversaries. He's not talking about murderers. He's not talking about rapists. He's talking about capitalists. He's talking about you. He's saying that the streets should be soaked red in your blood. In the blood of people who support relatively open markets and private property. And that guy, I would have called him fringe, of course, but I've noticed he's gotten more popular. But now you can't really call him fringe left because he's being exalted by the New York Times, which is the most prestigious outlet on the entire left. So that's the elite. Let's turn to another long-standing left-wing publication, The Nation. Published this 3 days ago.
Can't say I saw that.
Charlie Kirk's legacy deserves no mourning. The white Christian nationalist provocateur wasn't a promoter of civil discourse. He preached hate, bigotry, and division, just dancing on Charlie's grave. A man who was murdered for politely advancing centrist, moderate Republican ideas and speaking in a genteel and generous way with his opponents on college campuses. The justifications for Charlie's assassination, the celebrations in some cases, are not just coming from some weird... There are always weirdos. I'm sure there would be some weirdo on the right if a left-winger got killed. There would be some fringe weirdo who would be shunned and condemned by everyone else on the right. In this case, though, it's coming from the elite. That is what is so distressing. You want to talk elite? The president of the Oxford Union, Charlie, was invited to speak at the Oxford Union. I got an invite to speak at the Oxford Union not that long ago. And it's a debate society. We have some here. There's the Yale Political Union. It's a formal debate society where you're supposed to have civilized people following Robert's Rules of Order, debating topics. Charlie did a great job at the Oxford Union. Here is what the president of the Oxford Union had to say. George Abaranani or something. He says, all caps, Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's effing go. Prayers up. Prayers up for his being shot. Not to help him and protect him as he was shot, but celebrating the fact. Thank you, God, that he was shot. Lest there be any confusion, here is George Abaranani describing his views of political violence in extreme detail at the Oxford Union.
To effectively create change in the world we desire, Inside Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. This view, the view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
Is that ambiguous too, New York Times? You're going to write a bit? That's just like, just his message is so unclear. The president of the Oxford Union, when he said that he wholeheartedly supports political violence against people on the right, I just don't know what he could possibly mean. This is jarring for a lot of people because of two things. One, that guy is technically elite. I know it's absurd that he walks into the Oxford Union wearing a do-rag. It's absurd that he was admitted to Oxford. It's absurd that he is tolerated in polite society. But he is. He is in there wearing something vaguely resembling a tuxedo. He's the president of the Oxford Union. And he's defending calls for violence against ordinary right-wingers. And then he's celebrating when Charlie Kirk, the most mainstream right-wing talker and debater in the world, was murdered. And he is in the elite institutions. That's the first piece. The second thing that is really jarring for a lot of people is this guy knew Charlie Kirk, because this guy showed up to debate Charlie wearing a sweatsuit or something. Again, just tells you a lot about our institutions. But he showed up, and now this was, I don't think at the Oxford, maybe this was at the Cambridge Union, I can't quite tell. But he met the guy, he knew the guy. And this is what's really striking a lot of people. Charlie, look, obviously a lot of us knew Charlie, and a lot of us were friends with Charlie. Charlie had a lot of friends, but some of us have known him for many, many years. And so you think, all right, man, this has been really tough on people because, I don't know, he's a friend of ours. No, that's not why. That's part of it for some of us, but that's not why. It's I think mostly the reaction. The fact that people we know, family members, friends, people we grew up with, people we work with, do not merely hate the way we vote. Do not merely say nasty things about us. Do not merely even call us hyperbolic terms like Nazis and Hitler or whatever. Though those things are related, I guess. They want us dead. They're saying they want us dead. I'm not reading the tea leaves. The message is not ambiguous. They want us dead. They would be happy if we were murdered. They would celebrate that, actually. And I don't even think that they realize what they've done. Maybe some of them do and they don't care, but others, I don't think they do. I remember years and years ago, Ann Coulter came to campus. I was in college, and my friends were going off, some of my friends were going off about how much they hated Ann Coulter and how she was evil and calling her all sorts of terrible names. And I said, there's really not much difference between me and Ann Coulter. I said, no, Michael, that's not, it's totally ridiculous. I said, no, we kind of basically believe the same things. The only difference is she's famous and I'm not famous. And they kind of laughed it off or whatever. They just wouldn't confront that fact. And that's really it, especially when you're talking about Charlie Kirk, who was much more moderate than Ann, who was much more measured and centrist than Ann, or than really anybody on the right. Because then the only answer that the left can have, your friends, your family, and your coworkers, is, no, we're happy that this guy got murdered, but we wouldn't want you to be murdered. We wouldn't be happy if you were murdered. I mean, yeah, we're happy he got murdered because of his beliefs, but no, there's a big difference between you and him. He says his beliefs out loud. That's the only difference. The only difference between Charlie Kirk and half this country is he had the guts to say it out loud, to state his moderate, normal, common sense views out loud. And they murdered him for that. And implicit in the broad, public, elite attempt to justify and explain away and shrug off and even celebrate his murder, implicit in all of that is a threat. You shut your mouth or you're next, and we'll cheer it on. We'll dance on your grave. That's what's implicit. And that is 60% of national trauma around Charlie Kirk's death. The realization, the undeniable, I'm sorry to say, realization. I try to give every grace I possibly can to the other side. I try to see things from the other side's point of view. I don't want to straw man anyone. I know Charlie was very gracious to the other side. And yet it's just undeniable. It's just the New York Times, and it's CNN, and it's The Nation, and it's the Reuters, and it's the head of the Oxford Union. And it's all of this saying, no, we really do want you dead. No, we really do. What he said does justify his death. Well, he was divisive. He was controversial. You better not be. So what do we do in the face of all of that? I have an idea, which is quite common sense, and I think generally popular. Some don't agree with it, but I think it's the only thing we can do, and it is what's happening right now. It is not possible to have an open marketplace of ideas when people shoot up the marketplace. I made this point on the show on Thursday or Friday. I posted a column to X about this that went pretty viral. This is not a particularly radical opinion. This is a pretty moderate opinion that has been the standard understanding of politics for a very, very long time. But it's lost on some people now. I don't know why. Maybe people are too ideological in their thinking. Maybe they've just been sloganeering I don't know. But we like healthy and robust debate. That's a really good thing. America has a great, wonderful tradition of that. And we sometimes use this phrase, the marketplace of ideas, to describe it. And I think that's actually an apt analogy. It's an apt picture, because marketplaces are great, and there's wonderful exchange, and it can lead to flourishing and mutual enrichment. But marketplaces have to have rules. There have to be some rules. You need to have common media of exchange. You have to have trust in the marketplace. You need to have some security in the marketplace. You need to have rules that regulate the commerce in the marketplace. When people undermine all of that, you cannot have a marketplace. You cannot have, to use a phrase from G.K. Chesterton, the thought that stops thought. We have a wonderfully open and healthy society in America, at least in principle. But society is circumscribed by things like the Constitution, by the ideas articulated in the Declaration of Independence, by morality and religion, as the framers told us explicitly and repeatedly, that the Constitution does not work to govern an immoral and an irreligious people, and many other such statements. So, yes, we have a relatively open society, but it can only remain relatively open within certain constraints. If you undermine those constraints, your society commits suicide. That's what we're seeing here in the marketplace of ideas. If you enter into the marketplace of ideas and say, we're going to shoot all of you if you disagree with me, you have not expanded the marketplace of ideas. You have not contributed to the marketplace of ideas. You have fundamentally undermined it. So it's even if you are a defender of the free marketplace of ideas, it is a fundamentally incoherent view to say that we should tolerate this kind of stuff. And just as a purely practical political matter, we cannot continue as a country if half the country openly wants to murder the other half and openly celebrates the murder of the other half merely for expressing opinions, especially for expressing very moderate and centrist opinions. It is not possible to go on that way. You will not have the social trust that is requisite to have a country. This is an urgent problem. It's actually an existential problem. Something has to be done about this. I cannot go into a restaurant if I believe that the kitchen staff with the crazy colored hair and the wearing all the weird stuff and the crazy flags and everything, if I believe that person in the kitchen is going to poison my food because that person in the kitchen wants to murder me, because half the country wants to murder me for holding normal ideas, we can't have restaurants. If I believe that I go into a workplace and my coworker is salivating at the prospect of murdering everyone to the right of Hillary Clinton and celebrating that and calling for that and threatening that, then we can't have workplaces. We can't have a country under those conditions, much less a free marketplace of ideas. So what must be done first is not, as some people are calling, merely to redouble our devotion to the free marketplace of ideas. Maybe you can get to that eventually if you really want to. But What must be done now is to reassert order. Order is not contrary to liberty. It's not contrary to freedom. It's not contrary to the exchange of ideas. It is the prerequisite for those things. Liberty requires order. You cannot simultaneously be free and ignorant. You cannot simultaneously be free and undisciplined. This is why we do not let toddlers vote. We all recognize this. Not only the founders and the framers, but every, even semi-reasonable person. We behave as though that is true all day long. We must have order. And I'll put that into really practical terms. There need to be consequences for undermining the whole system. People who go out and say that ordinary, normal conservatives should be murdered wholesale and the streets should soak in their blood, those people need to be ostracized from society. They should be corrected first in charity and graciousness if they refuse to behave as they ought in the most basic ways that civilized people have to behave. If they persist in particularly antisocial behaviors, if they persist in particularly suicidal ideologies, they need to be ostracized. And I'll make it even more practical. They need to lose their social standing. They should not be welcome into polite society. And in some cases, they should lose their jobs. We didn't even get to all of the consequences that we're already beginning to see, but there are some hopeful signs. There are companies who are firing people for this, and they need to. They need to do it. And with any political reform, I think one should always err on the side of caution, err on the side of restraint. But I think a good place to start would be with people who are openly celebrating the murder of an innocent man whose only offense was expressing his opinion. And that is happening. That is beginning to happen. Microsoft has said comments celebrating violence against anyone are unacceptable and do not align with our values. Office Depot said much the same thing. NASDAQ, Perkins Coie, a left-wing law firm, very prominent left-wing law firm, said that. This is not who we are. We've separated from the individual who was celebrating the murder. The Carolina Panthers, Delta Airlines has suspended employees over these kinds of social media posts. This is really, really important. And I don't want people to be confused by this, and I don't want them to be led astray by liberal ideologues, by the squishes. But ask yourself, what is the purpose of the open marketplace of ideas? You don't need to wonder that long. The people who promoted this very idea, going back to the Enlightenment, going back to the early days of liberalism, going back to writers like John Milton and John Locke, they tell you the purpose of the open marketplace of ideas is to arrive at the truth. The argument for the open marketplace of ideas is not just to amuse ourselves. It's not just to threaten everybody. It's not just to post funny memes. It's to arrive at the truth. The argument, and I'm not weighing in at all on whether this argument is convincing. I'm just saying the argument is that by having more and more voices in the public square, eventually the good ideas are going to win out over the bad ideas. And so then we're going to arrive at the truth. The means by which this occurs in the open marketplace of ideas is through debate. If you tolerate or even celebrate murder for debate, then you have fundamentally undermined the entire open marketplace of ideas. You understand that? This is what Chesterton means by the thought that stops thought. This is what the squishes and the very shallow people, even on the putative right, just don't seem to understand. The whole idea of the open marketplace of ideas is that we arrive at the truth through debate. If you tolerate celebrating murder for debate, you've undermined the whole thing. You haven't expanded you've committed ideological suicide. We can't have that. We need, these companies are doing a very good job by firing these people. In certain cases, teachers, for instance, there was a teacher in Canada who showed the assassination video in 4K to a classroom of 10 and 11-year-olds and then justified it and celebrated it. These people need to lose their jobs. They need to face severe consequences. Law enforcement. President Trump, through Stephen Miller, very ably saying that the government will go after left-wing terror organizations. Antifa is an organized terror organization. They have anarchist bookshops. They make bombs. They practice shooting us. They attack us regularly. And in the case of Charlie, they succeeded. They need to be vigorously prosecuted. They need to be vigorously suppressed and run out of society. Not to undermine our liberty, as some ridiculous people are suggesting, but in order to preserve our liberty. The only way that you can possibly preserve liberty, the only way that you can possibly preserve a healthy exchange of ideas, the only way that you can possibly preserve a flourishing society is by suppressing the elements that undermine it. Antisocial, suicidal. We have so much more to get to. We just don't have time, so we'll have to get to more tomorrow. Today is Music Monday, and very fittingly, Tom McDonald has a song dedicated to Charlie. We will get to it. Hey, Professor, come on. Okay, I actually meant to get to this in the show, didn't have time. Professor, come here, lean in. I'm going to move the microphone over here. Tell me what happened to you over the weekend.
Posted a video talking about Charlie, talking about just everything that had to do with his murder. And I received a message from a gentleman, a little bit older than I, saying that essentially he was going to find me and he was going to unload a bunch of bullets into my body. So I called the FBI, and I think he's going to go to jail, hopefully.
All right. That's good. It's very helpful. Obviously, we have very good security here. So I said to Professor Jacob, I said, well, when I heard this, and Jacob was censoring these threats, actually, for the air. It got a lot worse than that. But when he told me this, I said, okay, well, we need to alert our head of security to this and just get it on the radar. And then maybe they can push it to law enforcement. And he said, no, I was talking to the FBI all night. This is a big change. It used to be very, very difficult. When Antifa showed up at Pittsburgh, when they threw the explosive at the wall, didn't get me, but they did seriously injure a cop. We were having a debate on transgenderism, actually. There was an FBI agent in the audience. And they came and they said, he really wants to bring this up the chain to DOJ. I was a little skeptical because the FBI at that time under Joe Biden was being wielded to attack conservatives and Catholics and pro-lifers. I said, I actually don't want to talk to the FBI. But anyway, this agent was legit, and he brought it all the way up the chain, and he fought so hard. He fought so hard to even get the DOJ to open up a case and then start investigating, and eventually Antifa pled down, and that's why it's not classified as political violence, and it's but still there was some modicum of justice. That took months and months and months, over a year, I think. The fact that this could happen, and Professor Jacob calls the FBI picks up, the FBI speaks to him all night, the FBI moves ahead in that moment. That tells you something about how the Trump administration is dealing with this. The Trump administration is taking this very, very seriously. They should. It is, in fact, a turning point. Okay. Luke Thomas, 16. Michael, could you give my sister Lizzie a 12th birthday shout-out? I could. That would be a nice little moment of levity in a otherwise tough week. Happy birthday, Lizzie. 12th birthday. That's marvelous. Marvelous news. I'm glad to hear these sorts of threats are being addressed. Says Ohio Dutchman. Me too. A little good news, I figure, for people. They feel entitled to make threats openly. Until that changes, we cannot back down. So true. Justice has to be swift. Meg V. Michael, do you think another reason why we're hurting so much is because he was a brother in Christ to us Christians and Catholics? Yes, of course. Of course. That's a major, major part of it. And I think a lot of people showed up to church yesterday who had not been to church in a long time. In fact, I saw it at my church. And the way I could tell is because I go to a pretty traditional parish, Latin Mass and everything. And so people tend to wear suits and ties and mantillas. And I saw people there who were wearing sweatpants and things like that, T-shirts, and which I was happy to see. I think you should dress nice for church, but I was happy to see it because I knew what that meant. That meant was these are people who hadn't been to that church before. These are people and why were they going back? They just happened to pick that Sunday. They wanted to pick one of the feasts of the Holy Cross. No, I think more it was probably Charlie, which is a good legacy to leave. Let's see. There's a storm coming, Java Man. Certainly seems that way. Second time listening live, says Benjamin. Good to have you with us. That's only because Jacob is Mossad, says Michael's iPad. That's true. But you make a good point. That's the one flip side to it. Michael, do you wear a brown scapular? Says Remington Ava March. I do. I do recommend you do it too. Okay, today is Music Monday. Fittingly, this Music Monday song by Tom McDonald, dedicated to Charlie. Take it away.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us, but good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us, but good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
Well done, Tom. Because this is really what it comes down to. I mean, you know, these lines about Charlie and the family really hit home for everyone, not even just the people who were friends with him, but anyone who was a kid, anyone who was a nephew, anyone who was, you know, that he doesn't get to come home, and the kids don't get to have their father. And what's that line? I hope heaven has a window so you can see your children grow. Brutal. But the even stronger line, for a lot of people, why it's a national trauma. I'm so tired of all the left and the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. And I don't know if the left totally gets it, but the difference between Charlie Kirk and literally any Republican in the country, or even independent, not left-leaning independent, the only difference is that Charlie spoke and most people don't speak. The only difference is that he was famous for speaking and most people are not famous. But the celebrations and the justifications of his murder are coming from the mainstream elite left based on what he believed, which is what half the country believes. And so we're looking at it, we're saying, good grief, man. My cousin thinks I should be murdered. My teacher thinks I should be murdered for my common centrist beliefs. My coworker, the person I share a cubicle with, would dance on my grave if he or she only knew what I believed, that's the trauma. That's it. Good song. And Tom says the proceeds, all of the proceeds are going to be donated. They're going to, I think to the Kirk family or to Turning Point, or but they'll all be donated, which is a great gesture too. Okay, I'm Michael Knowles. This is the Michael Knowles Show. See you tomorrow.
On the Matt Walsh Show, we talk about the things that really matter, real issues that affect you, your family, and our country. We don't just focus on politics, but also culture and current events. If you're looking for a daily dose of realism mixed with sarcasm, come check out the Matt Walsh Show streaming on Daily Wire Plus at 1:30 Eastern Time. See you there.
There's a storm coming, Java Man. Certainly seems that way. Second time listening live, says Benjamin. Good to have you with us. That's only because Jacob is Mossad, says Michael's iPad. That's true. You make a good point. That's the one flip side to it. Michael, do you wear a brown scapular? Says Remington Ava March. I do. I do. I recommend you do it too. Okay, today is Music Monday. Fittingly, this Music Monday song by Tom McDonald, dedicated to Charlie. Take it away.
Oh, bro, what? You can't play it twice in the same... Hold on, did we actually go to the next...
Shot down any...
Yeah, we're on the members exclusive. It's the same thing. This is just at the end of the episode. Probably one of the best Music Mondays we've had. We've had some good ones for sure. Yeah. Anyways. That's the news from Michael Knowles. Chill out, girl. Shall we start a second one, either from Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh, or is that enough news for the day? Supposed to be a fentanyl shipment here somewhere. What the hell are you made out of? Die! Alright. Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro? Dude, I turned this guy into a fucking porcupine. How did he live so long? What the hell? I took out both of his lungs. I took out his fucking liver. I took out his diaphragm. I took out his large intestine. And he's just like, ah, that's fine. I'll keep fighting. Matt's one of the first ones I started watching. Actually, when I started watching him, it was during that time. I don't know if you saw the ads for it. The best documentary of all time, which is What is a Woman? Super good. That's when that documentary is actually how they ended up getting the sexual mutilation of minors to stop, was that documentary. And it was really good. And that's when I actually first came to Daily Wire. A few years ago now.
Today, Matt Walsh Show, the left is simultaneously celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk and also claiming that he was murdered by a right-winger, which is a lie. There is now no question that this was leftist LGBT extremist violence. Not the first case, and it's not going to be the last. And we're going to
I actually went and saw his Am I Racist documentary in theaters. Everybody was cracking up. I've never heard people laugh so much in a movie theater in my life.
Need right now? Is it possible even? And as leftists celebrate Charlie's assassination,
such a great crowd
conservatives
too.
are
Lovely
giving them a dose of medicine by contacting their employers and getting them fired. Does that make us cancel culture hypocrites? Well, I don't really care if it does, honestly, but it doesn't, and I want to explain why. We're going to talk about all that and more today on the Matt Walsh Show. A day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated while debating college students in Utah, I said that it was important to gather as much information as possible before drawing any conclusions about culpability and before implementing the kind of crackdown on left-wing extremism in this country that for many years we've all suspected would be necessary. Well, now, several days later, we have gathered those facts. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was unequivocally an act of LGBT terrorism. Now, more evidence will come out soon, and that's also what I've been told personally from sources who are familiar with the FBI's investigation. But already, the evidence is overwhelming. Charlie was murdered by a leftist who was in a relationship with a man who identifies as transgender, a man who identifies as a woman. The shooter engraved his ammunition with messages that are commonly used by left-wing Antifa groups, calling Charlie a fascist, as well as a reference to a fetish subculture. Days before the murder, several trans-identifying individuals and people in their social groups posted messages on social media indicating that they were aware that the assassination would soon take place. One of those messages read, "Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow." The account that posted that thread is now suspended from X. Another post from 5 days before the shooting indicated that something big was coming soon. Then after the shooting, the author wrote, "Well, that's that, and another chud bites the dust." Here's another. This one was written on September 3rd. It begins, quote, "It'd be funny if someone like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th. Now, the username of the author of this post, as Cassandra McDonald of Gateway Pundit has pointed out, is Tally Hall Album. And coincidentally enough, the man who shot Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, had a publicly visible playlist of songs by the band Tally Hall on Spotify. And additionally, the shooter's trans-identifying boyfriend, McDonald reported, was active on the Tally Hall subreddit. Now, this is just a sample of some publicly available posts that appeared to predict Charlie's murder. We can obviously assume, based on these posts, that the actual number of people with advanced knowledge of the attack was probably quite high. Additionally, shortly after the assassination, another post written by someone who was in the same friend network as the trans-identifying man who was dating the shooter read simply, "We effing did it." And then a pro-trans organization in Utah called Armed Queers SLC took down its Instagram page entirely. According to New York Post, Armed Queers SLC has a, quote, logo that features 2 high-powered rifle rounds similar to the one that struck Kirk. The group also, quote, hosted a lecture on queer resistance at the University of Utah in September 2023, around 45 miles from Utah Valley University, where the 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder and Trump ally lost his life. Even people with direct knowledge of the shooter continued to protect him after the assassination. The New York Times is reporting that members of the shooter's Discord channel were joking with him about the possibility that he was the shooter based on the photographs released by the FBI, and yet none of the members of this Discord group actually turned him in. But, and this is all evidence on top of a number of officials telling us, including the governor, that he was heavily indoctrinated into left-wing extremism, hearing these sources from the family, from people who knew him. So the evidence, again, is absolutely overwhelming. But maybe the clearest possible sign that Charlie was murdered as part of a coordinated leftist campaign to terrorize conservatives is that over the past several days, his comrades have tried to disown him. Even as hundreds of thousands of leftists openly gloat over Charlie's murder, and this is everyone ranging from neurologists to school teachers to military service members to entertainers to the chief of police of Durham to the entire population of Reddit and Blue Sky. Even as all that's happening, these same leftists are pretending, in defiance of all the evidence and of basic common sense, that the shooter was actually a MAGA white supremacist. They're pushing the fantasy that Charlie Kirk was murdered because he wasn't right-wing enough. Now, they know that it's not true. They know that no rational person could possibly believe it, but they're saying it anyway. The official talking point of the left is that Charlie was killed by the right. This is a maneuver that, for communist regimes, has always been an old standby. They don't actually care about their foot soldiers, even foot soldiers who throw their lives away for the cause. They certainly don't care about the truth. All that matters to leftists is their collective mission. The shooter fulfilled part of the left mission by killing Charlie, by murdering someone who dared to engage them in free and open debates that they could not win. And now the shooter is fulfilling another mission. He's a useful tool to defame and malign the right. Now, there are too many examples on this front to list, but here's a few. We'll start with Reddit, one of the many cesspools that should immediately be investigated by federal authorities as a breeding ground for domestic terrorism. But here's a sample of the post, quote, "The Bella Ciao thing found on the ammo casings is a Nick Fuentes thing. He seems like an online Nick Fuentes groiper. Yep, groypers have been against Charlie Kirk for a long time." Then when someone asks what a groiper is, the response is, quote, alt-right, white nationalist, Christian nationalist followers of Nick Fuentes.
No.
It's impossible to overstate how aggressively this message is being pushed on Reddit and Blue Sky. It's also all over Facebook. It's all over the internet.
No
the media
God-fearing
is
man
toying
would
with this
hate
message
Charlie,
as well.
period.
It's not an exaggeration to say that the majority of leftists probably believe it. They're claiming that a gay man who was dating a trans-identifying man, who openly told his family and friends that he hated Charlie Kirk, who was steeped in left-wing ideology, according to the governor of Utah, who wrote Antifa messages on the bullet casings, who accused Charlie of being a fascist, was actually, in truth, a big fan of Nick Fuentes, was a big right-wing guy. To be clear, Antifa terrorists have been citing the Bella Ciao song for a long time, as Andy No has pointed out, including in 2019 when an Antifa shooter cited the song in a manifesto before attacking an ICE facility. So there's a record, there's a precedent, not just for this Bella Ciao thing to be used by the far left, but for it to be used by the far left when they're carrying out domestic terrorist attacks. Additionally, one of the ringleaders of Antifa in Los Angeles owns a company called Bella Ciao Cinema. This is an old World War II song that's been repurposed by Antifa today. Everyone who looks into this knows it. It's very obvious.
I don't know this song.
But
Do you know this
in
song?
the left-wing feeder swamps, they're pretending otherwise. Prominent outlets like CNN are doing their best to further the same narrative. Take a look at this screenshot of CNN's homepage the other day. There are 9 stories about Charlie's assassination. None of them discuss the shooter's motive or his belief in left-wing ideology and his connection to transgenderism. None of them discuss the gloating of leftists or the messages that predicted the attack. Instead, the stories are about the job that Cash Patel is doing, or how leftists are getting fired for celebrating Kirk's death, or how the shooter's father turned him in. Meanwhile, all over social media, major figures in America, the American left, are openly lying. Here's Harvard professor Lawrence Tribe, for example, quote, Kirk's apparent assassin seems to have been ultra MAGA, exploding the GOP MAGA attempt to pin the blame for this tragedy on liberals. This is the same line that they used after the first Trump assassination attempt. As you probably remember, Democrats said the shooting was either staged or that the shooter was somehow a Trump supporter, which they still claim to this day. Only this time, we're not just hearing that claim from a handful of big names. It's
Yeah,
coming
it's
from
a
everyone.
Trump supporter tried
Here's
to
the
shoot
chair of
Trump.
Minnesota's DFL, for
They're
example.
not
This
the
is basically the
smartest.
state Democrat Party. Quote, the shooter didn't think Kirk was right-wing enough. The reference to Groyper is linked to a rival right-wing ideologue. This is a declarative statement from a top Democrat in Minnesota that has no basis in reality. He talks about a reference to Groypers with no citation whatsoever. It's completely made up. Meanwhile, the LA Times apparently cited an expert who decided that Charlie Kirk was shot in a white supremacist gang hit. And then there's this post from Jackie Sartoris, the DA in Portland, Maine, who was recently installed with the help of George Soros. She wants you to know that, quote, there are now increasing questions about the actual shooter's possible affinity with the extreme far right. This may have involved a beef between alt-right Nick Fuentes and the victim. That's a government official, a prosecutor, who's supposed to care about things like evidence and facts, and, well, so much for that. Over on X, you'll find posts with tens of millions of views and hundreds of thousands of likes with the exact same message. Huge numbers of people are spreading the claim that the shooter was a right-winger. The totally false, fabricated, made-up, no basis in reality claim. Here's one example. This one has 30 million views, 400,000 likes. It says, quote, so the killer of Charlie Kirk is Tyler Robinson, white boy, right-wing, Republican, wealthy family, born and raised in Utah. This is a bad week for MAGA. Here's another one. This one has 10 million views and 100,000 likes. According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. Robinson reportedly admired Nick Fuentes. GOPers now scrubbing X posts about Dems faster than DOJ erases Trump name in Epstein files. Perhaps one of the worst examples is Randy Weingarten, the president of the largest teachers union in the country. She reposted a post from someone named Jeannie Ryder, and the post says, the leftist students in Utah who didn't want Charlie Kirk to speak did what leftists do. They signed petitions, staged a protest, and lined up to challenge him. The right-winger who didn't want Charlie Kirk to speak did what right-wingers do and shot him. We are not the same. Now, Randy reposted that inverted reality nonsense with the caption, this seems important to state. Yes, the leader of the largest teachers union in the country, to her, it's not only important to state total, absolute nonsense and lies that completely flip reality on its head, but it's also important to brand all right-wingers as violent killers. Go on Reddit or Blue Sky and you'll find hundreds of thousands of people who are liking and upvoting various posts like this. If you know any leftists, there's a good chance you're seeing the same content all over your social media feeds as well. None of it is remotely true. There's no source for any of it because it's false. Just to be totally clear about this, any suggestion that Charlie was killed by a right-winger is a flat-out, bald-faced lie. There is no evidence of that, none at all. All of the evidence points to left-wing LGBT extremists. It's not close, it's not ambiguous. Gay guy, trans boyfriend, Antifa messages on the bullets, trans people predicting the shooting ahead of time. I mean, this is not close. This is not a Groyper. This is not a Nick Fuentes acolyte. And by the way, even if the killer was a right-wing extremist, which he definitely unequivocally was not, the left would still own Charlie's murder because they've taken ownership of it. They spent the last 4 days since his assassination celebrating en masse. Thousands upon thousands of them have personally endorsed the man who slaughtered Charlie. So that even if the guy were a right-wing Republican, which again he is not, he would still now be one of theirs by adoption. They own this because they have said so themselves. Thousands of them have said that. They've said, we support this, we like it, do it more. But again, the killer is not right-wing. Yeah, there's no point in fact-checking like this, really. There's no point in engaging with any of the people who are posting this content and trying to persuade them that based on the evidence they're wrong. That's what Charlie attempted to do, what he did with unmatched skill, and not to mention patience, debating and engaging with these people. The left has made the decision to respond to that kind of dialogue with violence. And when I say the left, I'm not using shorthand. I'm not painting with too broad a brush. I'm talking about the left.
You sent them a
and all of their
peacemaker
extremist
and they
groups,
killed him.
of which there are many. I'm referring to Antifa. I'm referring to sites like Reddit and Blue Sky.
They tried to compromise.
Most of all, I'm
and they
referring to the
murdered
Democrat Party.
negotiator.
All these organizations are dominated by and under the complete control of demons who either participated in the murder of Charlie, participated in other domestic terrorist attacks, politically motivated, or who celebrated. They resemble a domestic terror cell because that's exactly what they are. And they need to be treated like it. If you think that's overstated, here's Ilhan Omar, the darling of the Democrat Party, one of them. Her response to Kirk's assassination was to repost a video declaring that, quote, Kirk was a reprehensible human being, a stochastic terrorist. With his last dying words, he was spewing racist dog whistles. Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck. Then she gave this interview in which she suggested that Kirk had it coming because he wasn't a fan of Juneteenth and didn't believe the myth that George Floyd was murdered. Watch.
What I do know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, you know, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, you know, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, you know, like than to completely pretend that, you know, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so. And
Charlie Kirk's public debates have been recorded for many years. She's right about that. And those debates prove the exact opposite of the point she's trying to make. That's why hundreds of thousands of students, including Democrats, showed up to his events. They knew that they wouldn't get shouted down. They wouldn't get violently attacked. Unless it was by one of their own. They wouldn't suffer any consequences whatsoever. They'd be able to engage with a leading conservative voice at length in a respectful forum. Which, by the way, is something that nobody on the left ever does. Ever. None of them ever do this. Who on the left is going into a crowd where there's going to be conservatives and saying, you know what, I'll talk to any of you right now, I'll debate you on camera live. Line up. If you disagree with me, come to the front of the line. Who on the left is doing that? None of them. Not a single one in the country is doing it. That's something that only conservatives do. Only. And Charlie was the best at it. And we know all that. The footage was uploaded in its entirety online. That's what Charlie provided. It's one of the main reasons so many young men voted Republican in the last election. He allowed leftists to speak, and in doing so, they revealed that they were unhinged, incoherent, dangerous radicals, which is why they killed him. But really none of this matters. Even if Charlie were the bully that they're painting him to be, which he wasn't at all, that still obviously wouldn't be any justification to murder him. And if Ilhan Omar were a decent American or an American at all, she'd understand that. So would the rest of the Democrat Party. Instead, within hours of Charlie's assassination, in a terrorist attack designed to silence conservatives, they're gloating over his body and encouraging more violence against Charlie's wife, against any other conservative who steps out of line. Only the left operates like this. The left is responsible. I mean, really. This is not a both sides thing, okay? This is not both sides. It is not. Political violence is almost exclusive to the left. Nearly exclusive. The left is responsible for torching federal courthouses, churches, small businesses. They're responsible for BLM riots, Antifa, responsible for the massacre of Christian children in schools and churches, responsible for multiple attempts on the president's life, as well as the violent attacks on pro-life pregnancy centers. They're responsible for vandalizing Teslas, torching Tesla storefronts. They're the ones attacking ICE agents. They're the ones attacking police. The left is a near monopoly on politically motivated violence in this country. It was a Tim Walz appointee, apparently suffering from schizophrenia, who murdered the lawmaker in Minnesota. It was Trump supporters and Trump supporters alone who died on January 6th, which is the one example that they can actually give of right-wing political violence, right-wing riots. That's the only example they can give, which they obviously have greatly exaggerated for the last 5 years, and the only people who died in that were Trump supporters. Political violence has been going in only one direction for a very long time now, and that is by design. The left's domestic terror operation is well established at this point. Billionaires like George Soros fund various NGOs and political candidates and media personalities who talk like Ilhan Omar. They declare that conservatives are Nazis, that all conservatives are fascists who demonize oppressed people or whatever. When you go around, we kind of laugh it off because it's so ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but when you go around calling people Nazis, okay, that is a direct call for violence against that person. It just is. At the very least, it is a justification beforehand for violence when you call somebody a Nazi. And they tell highly disturbed individuals, particularly people who identify as trans, that they're being genocided by these fascists. They'll open the prisons and allow the most deranged members of society to continue tormenting normal people, which is something we don't even add to. When we're talking about left-wing motivated violence, we're not even adding to the list the everyday street violence that it happens because violent criminals are released onto the street by politically motivated left-wing DAs and judges. And the politicians and billionaires sit back and watch as their deranged foot soldiers carry out acts of domestic terrorism. And then, after these attacks of terrorism are carried out, the politicians gloat and blame the other side, showing clear consciousness of guilt. Among other things, this is a criminal enterprise. It's maybe the single most dangerous criminal enterprise to ever exist in this country because it poses a direct threat to our most important civil liberty, which is the right to free expression. And it needs to be dismantled. And I'll tell you what I mean by dismantled. Billionaires like George Soros can be indicted on RICO charges, as Donald Trump himself suggested the other day. Criminal aliens like Ilhan Omar can be denaturalized and deported immediately for lying on their applications for citizenship when they pledged loyalty to America and where they said in her case they weren't married to their brother. The entire industry of transgenderism can be demolished overnight with a national federal ban on any kind of so-called gender-affirming care for anyone of any age. The so-called doctors who would mutilate and sterilize patients in service of this ideology can be sent to federal prison. All of these steps are necessary.
As they should be.
And can happen. After Charlie's assassination and the facts that have been gathered in the aftermath, there's no doubt about it. Terrorism against conservatives is only going to intensify from here. A year ago at the University of Minnesota Duluth, the president of the Young Democratic Socialists of America threatened to shoot up the local Turning Point USA chapter, forcing a Turning Point representative to flee the campus. Quote, "I'd line all you mother effers up against the wall and shoot you," the socialist said. Nothing was done. The DSA chapter wasn't dismantled. And that's normally how these things go. The left terrorizes, the right doesn't respond, and in turn, the terrorism intensifies. This must end. It is now abundantly clear that America isn't divided into two political parties. We're divided into one political party and one cartel that aids and abets domestic terrorism. They are deliberately provoking some of the most deranged and hopeless members of society, people who are already in a state of deep-seated psychosis. And now that those individuals are realizing that they're losing, that they really can't transform into members of the opposite sex, that, you know, that they're in the losing side of everything, they're doing exactly what the left wants them to do. The LGBT terror cells have been activated, and they're effective terror cells because trans ideology is a death cult. The largest, most well-funded, most deranged death cult this country has ever seen. And we shouldn't be surprised by this. 2 weeks ago, I said on X and on this show that trans extremists are losing badly, they're desperate, and that makes them more dangerous than they've ever been. And I said it would get worse. 2 weeks later, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed by an LGBT militant with a trans boyfriend. So I say again now, this will get worse. We need to take this threat seriously. That doesn't mean we need to deliver speeches about unity or sing Kumbaya and tell everyone to come together. It means we need to utterly destroy every left-wing terror cell like the one that killed Charlie. And it also means that we need to destroy the criminal institutions that are enabling their insanity rather than treating it. And then we have to move up the chain of leftist terror to the nonprofits and the billionaires. The more they gloat over Charlie's dead body and the more they threaten to murder more conservatives, the harder we have to push. We cannot stop until conservatives are free to exercise their First Amendment rights in this country without fear. And until that happens, we don't have a free society. We don't have any rights at all, to any meaningful degree. And in that environment, we don't owe our enemies any kind of restraint or mercy. They must be crushed if civil liberties are going to mean anything in America. At the moment, all the indications I have are that the Trump administration understands all this, that they're acting legally, non-violently, which is how we must act. Now they need to do something the federal government never did under the previous administration, which is to defend the civil liberties of American citizens and disarm and dismantle every domestic terrorist organization and militant LGBT group posing as a legitimate political institution. That's a very, very long list to get through. But with ruthlessness and without apology, now is the time to start. Now let's get to our 5 headlines. All right, well, Charlie's wife, Erica, delivered some remarks on Friday night. It was, I can say without exaggeration, one of the best speeches I've ever heard anyone give, ever, in my life. When you consider the circumstances that her husband was just killed only 2 days earlier, her performance was even more impressive. But even just judged on its own merits in a vacuum, this was a truly great speech. It truly was. Moving, beautiful, inspiring. I thought it was incredible. Probably my favorite moment from the speech was this. We'll play it now. Watch.
Evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him.
What do you see in that clip? I mean, what do you, or what do you feel watching it? We feel her resolve, her courage, her determination. We also feel her anger. And the anger is important. And also rare in these situations. You know, it doesn't seem like it would be rare, but it has become sort of customary for the family members after an atrocity like this to go in front of cameras and pretend they aren't angry. And just skip right to, oh, I forgive everybody, and all of this. And we never see, or rarely do we see, the righteous anger that they must feel. And I think that Erica gives us a glimpse into that, has the courage to allow us to see that, and I really deeply appreciate it. I appreciate it because it's honest, for one thing. Of course she's angry. I mean, she should be angry. That anger comes from her love for her husband, who she lost, and her love for her children, who lost their father. It is an anger overflowing with love. It is a loving anger. It is an anger rooted in love. Yes, that is possible. A lot of people have been, in particular Christians in this country, have been neutered, have been spiritually castrated by going to some of these milquetoast liberal churches for decades. Well, they would never talk about righteous anger. But they make it sound like, well, you should never be angry, ever. Everyone should just be smiling and be happy all the time. The idea that there could be a loving anger, that you could be filled with rage, that is actually rooted in love. I mean, that idea is shocking to a lot of Christians these days. It would have been shocking to Christians historically, traditionally, but it is these days. So this is honest, and it's good. And it's an anger that comes from her desire for justice. She wants justice for her husband. She wants to fight back against the evil that stole her husband from her. She calls them evildoers. Not, people who are misguided. Not people who are victims in their own right. Not people that we should be understanding of. No, evildoers. The doers of evil. And she is 100% right. And again, this kind of thing, this kind of response from a grieving loved one is very rare in our society, at least publicly. It shouldn't be. Because it's good, it's honest. And it's what this country needs. Now, of course, when I watched the speech, one of my first thoughts was, this is exactly what we need. This is exactly what the country needs. And I hesitate to say that because, Erica can say whatever she wants to say. She has that right. She's the grieving widow. She can respond in any way she wants to respond. She's not under any obligation to give the kind of statement the country needs, right? It's not about what we need to hear from her at all. But she did anyway, and I'm grateful for that. What we don't need is what we're getting from, so many Republicans, not all of them, but a lot of them, which is this kind of lame, generic nonsense about, unity, coming together. Erica did have a lot of inspiring and hopeful things to say in her address. I found it to be incredibly inspiring, and there was, amid all the grief and sadness, there was a deep hope in it. But there was, what you didn't get was this kind of generic, impotent, weak sloganeering that we're getting from Republicans about unity. As if we could just put aside our differences and all come together. But we can't. And this is something that actually I've been saying for a long time. This is not a change in tune now. for me. This is, and if you've been following me for a while, you know that I've made this point about unity. You know, unity requires you have to unite around something. Going up to a group of people without context, and you don't know them, and saying, hey, everybody, let's unite. That doesn't accomplish anything. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. Their first question is to me, unite to do what? What do you mean unite? I'm not just going to unite with you without knowing why or what we're doing or anything. What do you mean unite? Like this idea that unity is just, it's objectively always good, no matter what. You can have unity. People can be united while they're jumping off a cliff. There was a lot of unity among people that were drinking the Kool-Aid in Jonestown, right? There was unity there. That's not a good unity. Because the question with unity is always for what and around what. We can't unite with people who reject truth itself, who hate civilization, who hate the family, who hate children, who hate life, who want to kill us. Even if I wanted to unite, I can't unite around that. Uniting around what? Around what? Unity must come around something and through something and for something. Unity has a focal point. It has a purpose. We can unite in truth. We can unite in justice. We can unite in righteousness. We can unite in Christ. Yes, we should unite in that sense, in that way, for that purpose, in that context. But that requires the evildoers to drop their swords and repent. You know, when you're out in the darkness, if you're in the darkness and some people are in the light, we can't just have unity if it requires that the people in the light move into the dark. Or that we meet in the middle and let's go to somewhere it's a little bit hazier. No, there could be unity, but you need to come out of the darkness and come into the light. You need to leave the darkness. I can go and I could try to bring you with me. I could try to drag you with me. But one way or another, you need to be in the light. We cannot unite in the darkness. We cannot, we will not. And right now you have a lot of people on the left who are just living in total darkness. Absolute, total spiritual darkness. And there cannot be any unity in that. And we also don't need, as I referenced in the opening, we don't need to hear the lie that this is a both sides problem. Again, we're getting this from Republican politicians. We've heard this kind of pablum from dozens of them. The worst example is probably Senator James Lankford on CNN. Watch this.
Well, I would say if there's someone preparing to be able to take out an aggressive act against someone or to be able to violate the law, that is the role of law enforcement to be able to protect Americans. We need to be careful in how we talk about this, whether it is talking about white nationalists and preparing to be able to attack and to be able to carry out an attack, or to somebody like a Timothy McVeigh that hated the government intensely and in my state 30 years ago, murdered 168 people in Oklahoma City, or whether it is a leftist group that is interested in actually attacking a pro-life center that we saw several years ago, or whether it's carrying out some other act of terrorism or trying to be able to intimidate people. We should have equal application of the law to saying if you're choosing to be able to carry out an aggressive, violent act, that should be something that we actually try to interdict anytime that we possibly can. Again, thinking something, talking about something is very different than carrying out that action. We have freedom of speech, but you do not have the freedom to be able to plan, prepare, and carry out an attack against another American, no matter what your ideology.
It's both sides, he says. Think of the white nationalists. Except it isn't both sides. It isn't, and James Lankford knows it. All the Republicans saying this crap know it. They all know it. Political violence is a left-wing problem. Violence is a left-wing tool, nearly exclusively. You know, which is why after Charlie was killed, for the last several days, there have been vigils, there have been memorials. There have been all kinds of events. People, none of them have turned violent. Not a single one. Not even close to violence. If there was any violence at any of them, it was the violence of the left-wing protesters who showed up, because these are the kinds of people who protest candlelight vigils. But it's the violence that they start. You notice that? Charlie Kirk was assassinated in front of our eyes. Many of us have seen this man bleed to death in front of our eyes, and yet no one boarded up a single window. Does anyone believe that it would be the same going the other way? I mean, if it was somebody on the left of Charlie's, influence and status for them, which granted, when it comes to like their commentators and so on, there isn't anyone like Charlie Kirk for them, not even close. I saw somebody on, some leftist on X said that it was responding to this idea that, well, if they have it on the left, you have to board up the windows. And they said, oh, come on, do you really believe that if Hassan Piker was killed, that there would be riots in the street? And the answer is probably still, yeah, maybe. But then also maybe not, because no one knows who the hell he is, and he doesn't mean anything. He has no, like, these are people, zero influence on the culture in the mainstream. Although he may still have, he certainly does have influence in the sort of deranged fever swamps, the radicalizing deranged fever swamps. So he does have influence there, but in the mainstream, none. And this is just someone who doesn't matter at all. So that's not the comparison. The comparison is more like, if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was assassinated, something like that. Now, if that were to happen, does anyone doubt that there would be mass rioting in almost every major city in America? Does anyone doubt that? If that were to happen, God forbid, the very first thing that every business owner would do in every major American city is start boarding up their windows. And they probably wouldn't get them boarded up soon enough before the rioting started, and we all know it. And we've been through the list. BLM, Antifa, church shootings, Tesla, pro-life centers on fire, political assassinations, on and on and on. It's not both sides. I used to see it differently. If you had asked me 8, 9, 10 years ago, I probably would have said that extremists on both sides are the problem and they're equally bad. If you can imagine me saying something like that now, I know it's hard, but I did a long time ago, years ago. I don't know how any conservative could possibly still hold that view after everything we've seen. Not just this past week, although that has been revelatory, but everything we've experienced, especially since 2020, in this decade alone. No, extremists on the left are way worse. Way, way worse. More violent, more deranged. More wrong, obviously. More dangerous. There's simply no question about it. So it's not a both sides thing. I don't want to hear about both sides. I don't want to hear about it. It's not true. Now, I can tell you where there should be unity. There should be unity on the right among conservatives. And this is a message that I've preached a few times in the last few days on X. That as conservatives, we need to put the petty squabbles and the infighting and all that crap to the side. We can get back to that later. And I'm sure we will. We can resume our family feuds sometime down the line. But for now, we don't have time for it. We can't bother with it. We're dealing with a real existential threat. We're dealing with enemies of civilization. So we got to put all that stuff to the side. That's where there should be unity. Because one thing I know for sure is that if I were to walk outside of this building right now and get shot and killed, there are a lot of people on the right, a lot of conservatives who don't like me, who've been very critical of me over the years. What I know for sure, is that not a single one of them would be celebrating if I were to die 20 minutes from now. Not a single one. No, they would mourn my loss, and they would mourn it sincerely. And yet I also have no doubt, that on the left, it would be unanimous, that this was a good turn of events. It would be unanimous cause for celebration. I know that for sure. They would spit on my grave. They would laugh at my grieving wife and my 6 children who now have to grow up without a father. They would feel no sadness for them at all. None. And so, pretty easy for me to find the friend-enemy distinction here, okay? Pretty easy. And that's what we're up against, which is why we just need to put it all to the side. I'm extending the olive branch to anyone on the right who I've had any problem with. Not saying it's permanent. Like I said, down the line might come a time to get back to some of those arguments, but for now, I'm just not interested in it. Unless you're a politician. Now, I reserve the right to criticize politicians at any point. We have to be able to do that. Although even there, I'll do it on a case-by-case basis as needed. But generally speaking, we need unity among conservatives. Now, there are some people who've already turned down this invitation. James Lindsay, for example, when I tweeted this a couple days ago, he told me no thanks. Doesn't want to unite. Doesn't want to stop attacking people on the right. Which even after Charlie was assassinated, that's all he's been doing. Just still going after. Still. Not saying anything about the people who would actually be pissing on his grave if he were killed. No problem with them. It's just going after the right. And that's fine too, if that's how you feel. Fine. I'm just done with you in that case forever. We're not allies. You don't exist anymore. You're irrelevant. If even now, in the face of all this, after one of our most important leaders has been shot and killed on stage in front of us by a deranged LGBT militant, if even now you still have an appetite to spend your time punching right, then I have nothing else to say to you or about you. You are worse than irrelevant. And we will just move on without you officially. And that's fine. And that's fine also. But the lines are being drawn, is what I'm saying. And they need to be drawn. Because we don't have time. We don't have time for this. We don't have time for the people that are on, the people that have made a brand among conservatives for just only ever now criticizing conservatives, just constantly nitpicking. I don't like the way you phrased that. I don't know about that. That's a little too far. We got no time for you people. Cut it out. Okay, this is a spiritual war. This is good versus evil. These people want you dead. So cut that shit out and get serious. Now's the time. Or just be left in the dust. And we'll go on and have this fight without you. And you can just watch from the sidelines like a pathetic, impotent weakling. And if that's your choice, then that's your choice. But the time for choosing is right now. For everybody. Let's get to the daily cancellation.
Daily cancellation.
As we have discussed, and as you've no doubt seen, because it's so prevalent that it can't be avoided, leftists across the country have been celebrating the brutal murder of Charlie Kirk. This is not just happening in the comments on YouTube or in the left-wing digital fever swamps like Reddit and Blue Sky. This is not a case of the internet isn't real life. This is happening everywhere, on the internet and in the real world. They're showing up to Charlie's vigils to mock him and trample on his memorials. They're celebrating in the street, young and old, men and women. Leftists of all professions and persuasions. It's happening everywhere. It's not fringe. It's not a rare occurrence. It's not an aberration or an exception to the rule. It is the rule. Now, I know we want to tell ourselves otherwise. I know we like to think that the bile and vitriol that we see on social media somehow is not reflective of what's happening out in reality. But I'm sorry to say, and I am sorry to say, that it's not, it is reality. It's not a dream world. This is not a hallucination. It's a thing that exists in reality. And on social media, the people who are saying all those terrible things, they exist in reality. Now, granted, there are plenty of bots, but there are also millions of actual humans. Now, I know that when you go out in public, when you go to the gas station or the grocery store, you look around and you see that everyone is being basically polite. Well, it kind of depends on where you live, I guess, but hopefully, if you live in a semi-civilized place, you look around and everyone is being basically polite, and you think, well, if any of these people are leftists, surely they wouldn't celebrate if I died. I mean, look how polite and normal they seem. But unfortunately, all the evidence tells us that even the polite leftists in the produce aisle would be happy if you were killed right in front of them. I don't want that to be the case. I wish it were not the case. I'm not happy to report that it is the case. But it is the case, all the same. The majority of the left, in other words, agree with this protester at a Charlie Kirk vigil over the weekend. Watch.
I don't want your salvation. Why? I want you to die. We're not going to give you a second chance, even when you beg for it.
I don't know what's going on here. It sounds like a video.
I want you to die. Weekend. Watch. In other words, agree with this protester at a Charlie Kirk vigil over the weekend. Watch.
I don't want your salvation. Why? I want you to die. We're not going to give you a second chance, even when you beg for it on your knees, begging and pleading.
I want you to die, he sings. Now, never mind that he has the singing voice of a hearing-impaired toad. This is what they think of you. This is how they feel. They will post it, they will say it, they will sing it proudly at your vigil. But the good news is that for the first time ever, they may actually pay a price for it. As leftists have gloated and cheered the murder of Charlie Kirk, another much more unexpected phenomenon has occurred. A bunch of them are losing their jobs because of it. The Daily Wire reports on just a few of the many dozens of examples. Quote, the response from the left to the assassination of conservative commentator and Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk has been nothing short of sickening. They have justified and even celebrated his death, and some have begun to face consequences for their actions. MSNBC's Matthew Dowd was the first domino to fall after he essentially argued during live coverage of the assassination that Kirk had encouraged the politically motivated violence that claimed his life. Following Dowd's ouster, MSNBC sent a letter to all employees urging them to do better. Matthew Foley reported a letter was sent to all MSNBC staff admonishing them and saying they need to do better following Matthew Dowd's firing for his heinous comments. An Office Depot employee was also terminated over the weekend for refusing to print a poster of Kirk for a prayer vigil, telling members of the group Michigan Forward that the poster was political propaganda. The poster in question featured a photo of Kirk along with the lines, "The legendary Charlie Kirk, 1993 to 2025. A Secret Service agent who said that Kirk deserved to be killed was placed on leave and expected to be fired. Extorter reported, citing a source within the Department of Homeland Security. Secret Service agent who publicly said Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed has officially been placed on leave, expected to be imminently fired per DHS, he said. Other reports indicate that an advisory board member at the Cincinnati Bengals star Joe Burrow's charitable foundation was terminated for posts celebrating Kirk's murder, as was a communications specialist with the Carolina Panthers. A number of others have either been terminated or suspended, and calls are still going out for more to come. As I said, these are just a few examples. There have been many, many, many cases, and more added every hour, of leftists getting fired after publicly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. One of the most egregious examples is a nurse at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
How do you celebrate the death of somebody who isn't like actively going out
especially
and
the
like
bitch
killing
who
people
birthed him?
themselves?
She now joins the long list of people who've
Like he's
been fired for expressing sentiments like these in public.
How do you celebrate
They
that?
come
Like
from,
if you
again, all
disagree
walks
with
of life.
somebody, like
Nurses, airline pilots, corporate
So?
executives, government workers,
you're
teachers.
gonna celebrate the death of somebody
Public school
because you
teacher
just
in
don't like
Canada
something they
reportedly
said.
showed a video of the assassination to her students and said that Charlie deserved to die. And she's now been suspended. Now, it's the second part, the part where these ghouls experience some small measure of punishment, that's given rise to a conversation about cancel culture and accusations from the left, and even from some on the right, that conservatives are now practicing the very cancel culture that they once decried. By calling for and celebrating the firing of people who applauded Charlie's murder, we have exposed ourselves as hypocrites, they say. We're no different than the ones we condemn. We are now the proponents of cancel culture. What happened is free speech, they demand. How can we call ourselves free speech advocates if we're also advocating for people to experience consequences for saying unimaginably
You've always said
heinous
you
things?
can't incite violence. That's not free
Well, allow me
speech,
to
that's a
explain.
crime.
There is a fundamental difference between the cancel culture that the left engages in and the quote-unquote canceling that the right is doing in the wake of Charlie's assassination and the left's celebration.
But theirs is literally illegal.
The difference is that the left will cancel you for saying objectively true, good, and normal things. To the extent that the right cancels you, it'll be for saying objectively abhorrent, perverse, and sick things. And this distinction matters. As I've said for years, the problem with
You
the
didn't
left's
make the
attack
best point
of
you
speech
could have there, but
is
that's
not
okay, bro.
just that they're attacking speech, but that they're attacking true and right speech. They want you to be fired for saying, for example, that men can't have babies and women don't have penises. The problem isn't simply that they're trying to get you fired for saying something. It's that they're trying to get you fired for saying the most basic and true things that it's possible for a person to say. The left's war on speech is not a war just on speech, it's a war on truth. They want to punish truth. And that will always be worse. Obviously, significantly worse. There is a difference in kind between the statement, men aren't women, and the statement, Charlie Kirk deserved to die because he was a fascist, Nazi, racist bigot. What's the difference? Well, the first statement is the most obviously true thing that anyone can ever say. The second statement is a demented, deranged, perverse, sick, evil, wicked, horrendous, outrageous lie that not only smears the good name of an innocent man, but also implicitly encourages violence against the millions of people who agree with his politics. That's the difference. And the idea that we can't advocate social consequences against the latter statement without also accepting or approving of such consequences for the former statement is asinine. The idea that society must treat all speech exactly the same, as if it's impossible to distinguish between banal everyday truth and the deranged hallucinatory rantings of bloodthirsty sociopathic hobgoblins, is totally ludicrous. Now, I don't think that such ranting should be made illegal. I don't think that the people celebrating Charlie's death should be banned by the government from saying those things. But I do think it's good that these people lose their jobs.
It's already illegal.
It's
by
good
the
that they
way.
are shamed and humiliated and must live with the repercussions for the rest of their lives. It's good if they wake up every day until they die wishing they had not said what they said. That's what I want. I want them to wake up every single day and the first thing they think is, my God, I wish I hadn't said that. It took my entire life off the rails. Everything has changed for the worse. Because I had to go and say the most vile and disgusting thing that anyone could ever say.
What?
I want that to be the first thought in their head every day when they wake up. We cannot have a civilized and decent society unless there are severe social consequences for people who express publicly
What just happened
these
to my
kinds of sentiments.
West, yo?
Okay, because these people are
That's
barbarians.
crazy.
They are savages and should be treated as such. Free speech does not mean that we should act with anything but revulsion and disgust to people who say revolting and disgusting things and who in turn reveal themselves to be revolting and disgusting human beings. I'll take that nurse I mentioned earlier. Just think about this. Upon seeing that a man with a wife and 2 young children have been shot in the throat on stage, her first reaction was to cuss out his kids and his mother and gloat about the murder. Now, that sort of statement, look, I know we're all desensitized from being on the internet, but you have to understand, I mean, that kind of, that is not just an expression of an opinion. That is a revelation of her character, and it is the character of someone who is barely human at this point, barely has a soul. you know, it's a character of someone who is unfit to live among civilized people, of someone who should be shunned and shamed and alienated by society. Not through force of law, not through legislation or legal consequence, certainly not through violence, but through social rejection. Because people who cuss out the children of men who are murdered on live TV deserve to be socially rejected. Because monsters should be treated like monsters, and she is a monster. Now, the left may now say that even if it doesn't infringe on free speech rights to fire someone for saying something abhorrent, that even so, we should have more grace and forgiveness. Well, guys, you should have thought of that before you spent the last 20 years trying to destroy our lives for saying anything that you even vaguely disagree with. You should have thought of that before you danced on my friend's grave and laughed at his grieving widow. No, what you want is for us to grant you radical tolerance and acceptance while you continue to give us no such thing in return. But that deal doesn't work anymore, guys. The deal doesn't work. The deal is over. It's off. We never should have gone along with it to begin with, and now it is over. You will be held to your own standard. You will have your own rules enforced against you. You will be given your own medicine, whether you like it or not. And you will not like it. But here we are. You brought it on yourselves. And that is why the leftists celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder are today. That'll do it for the show today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Talk to you tomorrow. Have a great day. Godspeed.
I'm in trouble.
Don't just get the news. Understand what the news means on The Michael Knowles Show. I will take you beneath the surface of daily political events to see their historical, philosophical, even religious roots. Catch it Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on the Daily Wire.
Are we moving over to Ben Shapiro? We going to Maps a meeting, or are we calling it on the extra videos? Go ahead and have a chocolate bar.
This is Raven arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
I'm surprised Matt didn't make any jokes that time, but I suppose there wasn't really anything to joke about. It's not really a time for that right now.
Landon, get in, go! Strap in, we're heading out. We're getting close. 30 seconds.
That's a strong laser to work all the way out there. Man, it has been a while since I've been here. Up to you if you want anything else. I can put more entertainment on. I'm not an entertaining talker, that's for sure. Anybody here? Hello? Hello? Oh, well, looks like somebody else has been here already. Probably that guy we just saw. So did you want something else, or...? Go ahead and take that, we can sell it. Yeah, this guy wiped this place. He's not the best shot, though, that's for sure. Yeah, I thought that's what I was looking at. I'll go ahead and take the upper off of that. It's good money. You want Ben Shapiro, huh? I'd give you Andrew Clavin too, but he only does Fridays. Oh shit. Hold on a sec. Hello? Okay. That was unexpected. It's a good thing I listen well. Uh-oh.
Folks, I hope that you spent a meaningful weekend with friends and family. I hope that you went to church. If you're Jewish, I hope you went to synagogue. I hope you spent some time with God and with your family and with your community, because that's what Charlie Kirk would have done had he not been assassinated last week. We're going to get to all the darkness in the world. There's a lot out there. We're going to analyze what led to the murder of Charlie Kirk. We have new evidence as to what the shooter was doing, what the shooter believed. It is not particularly surprising. We're also going to get to the permission structures that have been created, and it is across the political spectrum, but in this case, and in large scale, we are talking about the political left that has created permission structures for violence. We're going to get to all of that, but I want to start with the actual uplifting reality that millions of people are coming together in memory of Charlie Kirk. So, over the weekend, over $5 million was raised for Charlie Kirk's family. Turning Point USA, which is Charlie's organization, according to the New York Post, received 18,000 new chapter requests in less than 24 hours after his widow, Erica, spoke out about the assassination of her husband. And again, it's all heartbreaking and horrifying in every way, except that Charlie's legacy is going to be that millions of people went to church yesterday who wouldn't otherwise have gone to church. Tens of thousands of people are going to get politically involved with TPUSA. Millions more are going to take inspiration from Charlie. There will be a funeral for Charlie scheduled for September 21st, which is next Sunday, at State Farm Stadium, which is home of the Arizona Cardinals. President Trump is promising to attend as well. Again, all of this outpouring for Charlie is truly amazing. It really, really is. And I hope that it's some comfort to Charlie's family. Morgan Wallen, at his concert over in Canada, paid tribute to Charlie Kirk. Here's what that sounded like. Chris Martin did something similar. And again, I've been very critical of Chris Martin after some of the incidents with Coldplay, but he was performing, and he sent love to Charlie's family.
Let's raise our hands like this and send love anywhere you want to send it in the world. And there are so many places that might need it today. So here it comes from London. You can send this to your brother or your sister. You can send it to the families of people who've been going through terrible stuff. You can send it to Charlie Kirk's family. You can send it to anybody's family. You can send it to people you disagree with, but you send them love anyway.
And again, I think that's one of the things that's coming out of this is that mainstream people, and we'll get to people who are not mainstream in a moment, but mainstream people are coming together around the idea that the core values of the West include things like, I disagree with you, and we have discussions, and we don't murder one another. NASCAR driver Christopher Bell dedicated his win to Charlie over the weekend. Here's what that sounded like.
This week's obviously been a very tough week, and there's a lot on our mind, and just this one's for Charlie.
The Oregon football coach, Dan Lanning, mourned Charlie as well. Charlie was a major Oregon Ducks fan. Here's what he had to say.
I recently found out Charlie Kirk was a Oregon fan, right? I didn't know that. I heard for his wife Erica and their kids, that sort of evil should never exist in our country, and that's what it is. It's evil.
A wide variety of NFL teams paid tribute to Charlie Kirk over the weekend as well. And here were the New York Jets celebrating Charlie's life. You can hear the ovation.
Charlie Kirk was a bright light in this world that will not be extinguished.
And then chants of USA broke out at a wide variety of these events. There was a big event held in Washington, D.C. last night, a tribute event and a prayer event for Charlie, a memorial event, which is quite beautiful. Obviously, for Charlie's family, I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. He had 2 young kids, his young wife. They've married less than 5 years. Kids who are 3 and 1. Erica Kirk released pretty tough video of herself seated by Charlie's casket holding his hand. Hard to watch, obviously.
I love you. I love you.
She then did a pretty extraordinary 16-minute message to the public, which she released on Friday evening. Here's what she had to say.
When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, "Mommy, I missed you." I said, "I miss you too, baby." She goes, "Where's Daddy?" What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, "Baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget."
She then did send this inspiring message. She said, "Listen, you may think that you killed Charlie's memory. Precisely the opposite. Precisely the opposite. You have no idea what you just unleashed. Erica's a strong person."
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Again, Erica is herself a relatively public figure. She's very involved in the Christian community, in giving. She's been politically involved as well. And her picking up Charlie's mantle would be not only appropriate, but an excellent, excellent thing for her to do. Meanwhile, we now have more news about the nature of the shooter. Now, there were some who at the end of last week were saying that the shooter might not have been somebody of the left. This is a bit of a tete-a-tete that I had with Bill Maher on his show on Friday night, where I explained to him that the shooter was almost undoubtedly a person of the left. And he said, "Well, you don't know that. Could it have been a Groyper?" I said, "I mean, sure, it could be a Groyper, but all the evidence does not point to that. Like, literally all the evidence points to somebody of the left." and somebody who is involved with trans issues. Well, as it turns out, that is precisely what happened here. And that is not unexpected. That is not unexpected in any way, shape, or form. The reason that is not unexpected is because there are certain ideologies in the United States and abroad. There are certain ideologies that create violent ramifications. That it's inherent in the ideology that there will be radicals of the ideology who engage in violence. Not all ideological movements are the same. The sort of flattening of all ideologies into, oh yes, all ideologies are equally likely to lead to violence. That is not true. No one gets shot with regard to discussions over marginal tax rates. No one gets shot over discussions of raising or lowering the age of Social Security. Right? These are not the things that people get shot over. There are, however, ideologies that breed violence, that breed them. And you can spot those ideologies. You can spot them. They have certain features in common. As we discussed last week, the ideologies that breed violence usually have three features in common. Feature number one is a conspiratorial view of the universe in which a shadowy cabal of very powerful people are conspiring to make your life worse, to ruin your life. Your failures are not your own. They are the fault of this shadowy cabal, this evil cabal of people. You can't quite name them. You might have some inkling of who they are. And very often, these ideologies use the word they a lot. Right? A lot of they. Not specific, they. The second, a belief that your specific group or you personally are targeted for destruction by that shadowy cabal. Which leads to, number three, a belief that violence is self-defense. That all the arguments that you are hearing are actually just a facade for power. It's a point made by the terrible left-wing philosopher Michel Foucault, one of the most damaging philosophers in all of history, who made the argument that there really are no real arguments and no real discussion points. There's merely power. So if you believe that all arguments, Charlie's arguments, for example, are not arguments, they are just disguises for power. They're a facade for an iron hand, and that he is part of a shadowy cabal of people who are controlling your life and ruining your life and making your life miserable and threatening you with quote-unquote trans genocide, well, then you are much more likely at the edges to engage in violence. And we know precisely which sorts of ideologies fit this bill. It is not, we know which ideologies fit the bill that hit all three of those things. Remember, that conspiratorial view of the group is targeted by that conspiracy. And three, a belief that violence is therefore justified in pursuit of ending the conspiratorial assault on national TV. Because assault on national TV. Because again, that was inherent. I was a threat. I was the problem for saying words. Words were a form of violence. And so again, this is just part and parcel of a broader program. Other ideologies have these aspects too. Left-wing Marxism has this view that rich people, by their very existence, are a threat to poor people.
God, what
They've
is
stolen
happening?
from poor people. They're exploiting poor people. Their arguments about wealth, their arguments about innovation are not actually arguments. They're maintenance of systemic power structures, and thus they must be laid low. The only way to fight the rich people is to kill them, to do violence against them. This is why Marxist movements generally end with revolutionary violence. It is the thing that lies behind Bill Burr screaming at people, "Free Luigi," after a murderer kills a United Healthcare CEO. After all, that United Healthcare CEO, he was rich. And not only was he rich, he was getting rich by victimizing people. And that meant that he totally deserved to be killed. Free Luigi. Or white supremacist ideology, which says that I, as a white person, am being targeted by a shadowy system. Not like a specific law, which again, we can have arguments about affirmative action. Affirmative action is a specific law that redounds to the non-benefit, to the detriment of white people. Okay, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the idea that failures of white people, in any way, shape, or form, are a result of a systemic, of an evil system that has been cultivated by people of color and or Jews, is what white supremacists believe. And therefore, violence against them is somewhat justified, or totally justified. BLM had the same aspect. And there are systems of racism and oppression in the United States, and arguments about crime rates, for example, are not really arguments. They're just guises for power. And the only way to fight back against those systems is to loot businesses and burn them down and to do acts of violence and then excuse them. Radical Islam makes the same claim. That the very existence of other civilizations that are more successful is a threat to them. Because not that those civilizations are more successful because, they pursue better things. It must be because they are exploitative and terrible, and thus they must be wiped from the planet. This is why the undying hatred of, for example, the Palestinian movement against the very existence of the state of Israel, it won't go away because it's embedded, it's encoded in the system. The basic idea is the existence of Israel is the threat. Again, all these ideologies have that same basic framework. A giant shadowy conspiracy that means that my life is worse. My failures are not my own. They're the result of a system. All arguments made in favor of the system are an aspect of power. Speech is violence. Therefore, I can use whatever is at hand in order to do violence. The reason that I lay all of this out is because it is now quite clear what was happening with this particular shooter. Spencer Cox, the Utah governor, came out over the weekend and said, yes, we now know that the shooter in this case, when Tyler Robinson, was indoctrinated with left-wing ideology. Here he was on ABC's This Week.
You told the Wall Street Journal that Tyler Robinson was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Have investigators uncovered evidence to show that?
Well, so far that has come from his acquaintances and his family members. That's where that initial information has come from. Certainly there will be much more information that is released in the charging documents as they're bringing all of that together.
So apparently the suspect is not cooperating with the police. That, of course, is not a giant surprise here, Spencer Cox.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important.
So what do we know about him personally? Well, we know that he was left-wing by pretty much all available evidence, including people who knew him well, people who have said this openly.
Holy crap, look how much I shot
According
this guy
to
before
Kash
he
Patel,
died. That's insane.
We know, actually, that apparently he left some sort of note saying he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and that he was going to take it. This is according to Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. He said that the authorities have seen evidence of a text message exchange between the shooter and a second individual. Quote, his family has collectively told investigators he subscribed to left-wing ideology and even more so in these last couple of years. He claimed he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred of what Charlie stood for. Okay, meanwhile, Spencer Cox says that we know that the suspect in this case had a furry fixation, okay, meaning that he was fixated on this very online, very weird subculture of the internet in which people sexualize animals, fetishize people dressed as animals. And he had a trans boyfriend, which of course is not surprising any way, shape, or form. And the slogans that were etched apparently on the bullets were all gamer and or trans-oriented slogans. Notices bulge, OWO, for example. According to the New York Post, alleged Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson appeared to have a fixation on furries, while his live-in transgender boyfriend espoused support for President Joe Biden and joked about being mentally ill, according to social media posts linked to the pair. Lance Twiggs, 22, an aspiring pro-gamer, and Robinson's roommate, appeared to have made a comment in a 2022 Reddit post stating, "We are riding with Biden on this glorious subreddit." Twiggs is transitioning from male to female and was in a relationship with the 22-year-old Robinson. This is according to Governor Spencer Cox. And by the way, Spencer Cox is no rabid right-winger on this issue. He's been criticized, I think correctly, by many on the right for being too soft on things like the transing of the children. Here's Spencer Cox.
There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well.
None of this is surprising in any way, shape, or form, because the takeaway from this transgender person's boyfriend must have been, and surely was, that Charlie Kirk was somehow a threat to his boyfriend, because Charlie Kirk was clearly correct that his boyfriend was in fact a boy and not in fact a girl. According to Axios, authorities are investigating whether Tyler Robinson believed Kirk's view on gender identity were hateful to people like Robinson's transgender roommate. And they keep calling it transgender roommate. No, you mean boyfriend. Apparently they had a romantic relationship And that's a hell of a way to demean the nature of romance, but sure. Investigators believe Robinson's anger at Kirk's views could be a key to establishing a motive for the slaying of Charlie Kirk. Each of the 6 sources familiar with the investigation told Axios investigators believe that Robinson was having a quote-unquote romantic relationship with his roommate. His romance apparently consists of dressing up as a furry and then shooting people to death. Seems about right, sure. Axios' sources said investigators initially wanted the information about the roommate's gender identity kept quiet because that person is being extremely cooperative with authorities. Well, I mean, again, I'm not saying that it's the roommate's fault. It is the shooter's fault. But this is the ideological soil from which the shooter was springing, clearly. Apparently, Cox said on Meet the Press on NBC, while Robinson comes from a conservative family, his ideology is very different than his family. He said clearly there was a lot of gaming going on. Friends have confirmed there was that kind of deep, dark internet, the Reddit culture, and these other dark places of the internet where this person was going deep. And that obviously is true even from the bullets. The bullets themselves were etched with a bunch of gamer slogans. And again, the sort of unwellness that is associated with people who sit in their room all day playing video games. That is it. That is a real form of social isolation that can have consequences for those with predispositions toward mental fragility, shall we say. Again, it's not that video games are to blame. There are literally hundreds of millions of people who play video games and don't go shoot activists like Charlie. But to pretend that there is no brain effect of doing this sort of thing, sitting in your room all day with your aspiring transgender boyfriend, talking about politics, self-radicalizing, and then going and shooting somebody is to be incredibly, incredibly silly and to ignore that which is right in front of us, obviously. Robinson's bizarre ties to the furry lifestyle have now been revealed, according to the New York Post. An account on the website furaffinity.net, which features sexualized images of cartoon animal characters, features an account name matching one that Robinson used on his various gaming and online accounts, friends told the Daily Mail. According to one official, it's pretty clear Robinson's roommate knew a lot and didn't say anything after the killing, so they are a person of interest officially and are cooperating. We want to keep it that way. I mean, that seems correct. That seems obviously correct. I mean, it wasn't the roommate that turned him in. It wasn't the boyfriend who turned him in. It was his conservative Christian parents who turned him in. And the roommate was receiving messages like, I left my rifle in the bushes. Can you go pick it up for me? It was only when he was confronted by the police as, oh no, really? Interesting. According to the New York Post, Robinson's online presence points to a hodgepodge of liberal ideology, gamer-style humor, and post-ironic memes. Apparently, he was joking around with his pals on Discord, which is another one of these open thread websites. He was joking with his friends that his doppelganger was the one who shot Charlie Kirk after the feds released his photos while he was on the run. According to the New York Post, the 22-year-old accused assassin's chats with his pals lit up on the social media messaging platform Thursday afternoon. One of his virtual buddies noticed the similarity and tagged Robinson, writing WYA, which is short for Where You At, alongside a skull emoji. Robinson wrote back within a minute, said that it was a doppelganger trying to get him in trouble. And people encouraged him to turn himself in to claim the FBI's $100,000 reward, and he said, only if I get a cut. And then there were jokes made about Luigi Mangione. And Robinson just said, quote, he better get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around. And then the accused gunman went on to mock the FBI's investigation, referencing the trans scribblings found on the ammo and claiming it was all fabricated by some dude in the briefing room. So again, it was only when he was confronted by his parents after admitting it that he was turned in. It was not the transgender partner who turned him in. And again, there were messages from Robinson to his trans partner.
They like that shit.
Literally asking him to go pick up the rifle where he had left it. And again, to ignore the inherent violence of certain movements. This doesn't mean that everyone associated with the movement is violent. It does mean that certain ideologies are more prone to breed violence, and anyone who tells you differently is lying to you. It is not a shock that the source of Charlie's assassination is coming from this movement. is involved, apparently, in this ideology. That is not a shock at all. It is so not a shock that pretty much everybody who heard about what happened to Charlie immediately jumped to that conclusion. Because, again, the reason we jump to conclusions is we know which ideologies are most violent. Nobody believes that people who stump for lower taxes are going around just murdering people on the basis of tax rates. Again, nobody believes that evangelical Christians who go to church a lot, that those are the people who are going around shooting people. The reaction to Charlie's death has been gigantic memorials and more people going to church and no violence. There are certain ideologies that breed violence and, in fact, are worse than other ideologies. We should not be culturally or ideologically relativistic about this. As Rich Calder points out, the assassination of conservative pundit Charlie Kirk marks the latest example of a growing wave of murders and other shootings committed by transgender people and others advocating for their rights. The transgender shooter who murdered 6 people at Nashville's convent school in March 2023 raged about hating America, being miserable while being raised as a girl, and wanting to kill all the white kids. And that was hidden by the cops for like a year. It was only Daily Wire that broke a lot of the manifesto. The deranged shooter who slaughtered 2 children and injured at least 21 others at that Catholic school in Minneapolis, identified as a transgender woman. Another shooter, sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty as part of a notorious 2019 mass shooting at a Colorado charter school, told police he targeted classmates who mocked his gender identity. That shooter was born female and then said that she was a male. Said students at the STEM school Highlands Ranch called him disgusting, made fun of him, and repeatedly referred to him as a she. Well, the New York Post should refer to him as a she since he was a she. Another shooter was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Another 26-year-old transgender male killed 3 people and injured 3 others before killing himself during a 2018 shooting in Maryland at a Rite Aid warehouse. Again, the insanity here is coming from a place. And it does have deeper permission structures attached to it. And here is the real problem. I mentioned a bunch of ideologies. Some of those ideologies have broader acceptance among mainstream parts of the American political debate. I named 5 ideologies before that trend toward violence because inherently the ideology makes the claim that there is a conspiracy that is victimizing me, and therefore I am justified in using violence to silence the speech of those people because their speech is violence. Those 5 ideologies were, again, in order: trans, Marxist, white supremacist, BLM, and radical Muslims. Now the question is, which ones of those ideologies find mainstream acceptance? Which ones have had permission structures created around them that make them more mainstream, that wink and nod at violence? Which ones? The only one that could be considered quote-unquote right-wing, I would argue it's not even right-wing, I would argue that it's just racialist, is white supremacists. Is there a mainstream infrastructure that accepts the white supremacists? I will note at this point that Charlie Kirk spent an enormous portion of his career fighting the Groypers. The Groypers literally declared a Groyper war on Charlie Kirk in 2019, trying to take over his organization TPUSA from the outside. The leader of that movement literally yelled at me and my small child in a stroller as I walked into a Charlie Kirk event a few years back. Okay, so does that movement have wide mainstream acceptance? No. How about trans? Well, we know that that has wide mainstream acceptance and that the arguments of that movement have been broadly applied across the left. That is a form of violence to say that men are not women. That it is a threat to say men are not women. How about the Marxist idea that rich people need to be leveled? That rich people are somehow doing some sort of violence to poor people simply by their existence. I mean, not only is that widely accepted, that matrix of thought widely accepted, it is elevated by huge portions of our political elite on the left. How about BLM? Well, we know that you were perceived to be a racist if you didn't back the idea that white supremacy was in charge of the country, and that this is the reason why there are differential crime rates and differential income rates and differential wealth rates in the United States. And excuses were made for violence. Permission matrices were created for violence for BLM. This is why the media treated $2 billion in property damage and multiple deaths as though it never happened. I mean, BLM was so important that you could literally go outside and cough on each other in the middle of a COVID lockdown because it was that important. How about radical Islam? We know the entire left has now surrounded the idea and is cheering the idea of radical Islam in the form of Palestinian terrorism. We know that there's a reason that all these groups march together. There's a reason that all these groups are on college campuses together, because matrices for permission structures for violence are quite common on the left. This is reflected in the polling, by the way. There is a recent poll that came out from YouGov asking a question: do you generally consider it to be acceptable or unacceptable for a person to be happy about the death of a public figure they oppose? According to Republicans, 77% of Republicans say it is always unacceptable for a person to be happy about the death of a public figure they oppose. 53% of independents feel the same. Only 38% of Democrats believe it is always unacceptable for a person to be happy about the death of a public figure they oppose. Only 38%. That means that some 44% of Democrats believe that it is sometimes acceptable, usually acceptable, or always acceptable, and 18% are unsure. Why? Because again, left-wing views have significant crossover with these permission structures of violence. They do. And you look no further than the elite mockery or rewriting of Charlie's legacy by people to suggest that Charlie was somehow deserving of what happened to him because they didn't like his views. Elizabeth Spears, who's written extensively for legacy media outlets, including the Washington Post, wrote a piece of The Nation called "Charlie Kirk's Legacy Deserves No Mourning." None. The white Christian nationalist provocateur wasn't a promoter of civil discourse. He preached hate, bigotry, and division. And now, notice how she is mixing up the content, what she believes to be hate, bigotry, and division, which of course is total nonsense. Go watch Charlie's tapes. Charlie was not preaching hate, bigotry, and division. Charlie was a normie conservative. He was about as normie a conservative as it is possible to be. He held mainstream positions on virtually all things. She says, though, he wasn't a promoter of civil discourse because she notice the mixing up of the means with the substance. She disagreed with Charlie, therefore he wasn't promoting civil discourse. Okay, now, I can totally disagree with certain people and recognize that they promote civil discourse, that they at least engage in civil discourse. I've been on a bunch of those shows in the last couple of weeks. I disagree with Abby Phillip on everything over at CNN. Abby Phillip is not promoting violence. We had a civil discourse. Van Jones, right? I disagree with Van on a lot of stuff. Van promotes civil discourse. By the way, a lot of people are angry at Van because of what Van said last week with regard to Charlie Kirk and the horrible murder of the Ukrainian refugee aboard Charlie and Van apparently were trying to touch base behind the scenes. I know that because Charlie and I talked off air before the interview the day before he died, in which Charlie said that he actually liked Van very much and was reaching out to him to try to have him on the show. And Van, I know, because I've talked to Van, actually did get a DM from Charlie and then didn't have time to respond before Charlie was murdered. Okay, there are a lot of people who you disagree with who are perfectly happy to promote civil discourse. But according to mainstream parts of the left, if you disagree with them, you are inherently doing something that does not promote civil discourse and in fact promotes violence, and therefore violence might be just a little bit justified. According to Elizabeth Spears, quote, who's an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist who often wraps his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. Okay, well, if you're treating this as though this is not a permission structure for violence, you're reading it wrong. It is a permission structure. There's a difference between an overt call for violence and a permission structure for violence. A permission structure for violence says, well, you know, somebody gets shot that you don't like, and goes, well, yeah, violence is bad, but political violence is bad, but if you're doing that, you're creating a permission structure for violence. And she is when she says things like, I'm sorry for Kirk's children. I don't know if Kirk was a good father, but if he was, that does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children. I can only hope for the sake of his kids. They have role models who will teach them it is wrong to profit off the dehumanization of people because of who they are.
Who was dehumanized?
She says, I'm fairly sure Kirk did not care about my child. She says, I do not believe anyone should be murdered because of their views. But, there's that big word. I do not believe anyone should be murdered because of their views, but that is because I don't believe people should be murdered generally, regardless of who they are or what they've done. All murders matter, in other words. Kirk was fine with murder as long as the right people were dying. Okay, well, this is just a permission structure for violence. That's all it is. That's all it is. And it is promoted by the biggest outlets in America. It was promoted by the biggest outlets in America. The New York Times' Peter Baker, over the weekend, he said, well, you know, Charlie did get people riled up. He did get people riled. Welcome to politics, where we say things that we don't agree with, and sometimes people get riled up. That is the nature of a democratic republic. Here is Peter Baker.
He said a lot of things that got a lot of people riled up, right? And that's part of his, that was part of his style, about race, about gender, about affirmative action and Islam and things like that. But he also enjoyed going to college campuses like the one he was at, even though he knew an audience there might include people who didn't agree with him, and he likes to mix it up. And he's you know, become in this last few days, I think, a symbol of the toxic culture that we're in right now.
Right. Right. That's a good point. I think the greatest example of the willingness of the left to create permission structures for violence is the total insanity of what the New York Times did over the weekend. The New York Times is a pile of steaming hot trash. It is a flaming bag of dog from the New York Times. What a terrible, terrible publication. The same publication that ousted Barry Weiss for the great crime of having approved an op-ed by Tom Cotton saying that maybe we should use the National Guard against riots, published an op-ed by Hassan Piker, the Twitch gaming streamer, who has not only created permission structures for violence, he has openly called for violence. And they gave that asshole an op-ed in the New York Times titled, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said. And the entire piece is just a permission structure for violence. That's all it is. The entire piece says that Charlie's killing was an outgrowth of capitalism. It was an outgrowth of homophobia. It was an outgrowth of all the bad things that Hassan Piker doesn't like. Quote, even before knowing exactly why Mr. Kirk was killed, I think there are some disturbing and necessary insights that can be drawn from his horrible death. Ideas that affect the way many of my viewers and many of the people who followed Mr. Kirk see the world. The first of these insights is hardly new. The United States has both very loose gun laws and more violent gun deaths per capita than any other developed nation in the world. The second idea is more general and is connected to perhaps why these kinds of killings happen in the first place. Violence almost never originates in a vacuum, and the killing of a high-profile political content creator speaks to a breakdown in our social order. Any answer about civic decline in America has to include a discussion about the failure of our political and economic establishment to reconcile with social challenges that have touched every place and aspect of American life. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change, titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. So it was lack of low rent, obviously. It was affordability. It was capitalism. This produces feelings of isolation and resentment as material conditions worsen. And considering our society is swamped by, and yet somehow stitched together, by a 24/7 news cycle that too often feeds this resentment, it is little wonder that a country of stressed-out gun owners would have so many grim, needless gun deaths. This connects to my final idea. Americans inhabit a culture of violence to which we have become habitually desensitized. There's a connection between our culture of violence and American foreign policy. Yes, it was the war in Iraq, you see. For years, American politics has taken on an increasingly punitive flavor. During the George W. Bush era, Arabs and Muslims were and remain singled out for suspicion. He's just doing the Norm Macdonald joke now. Right, the old Norm Macdonald joke was, if ISIS were to set off a nuclear bomb and kill 50 million people, I fear the Islamophobia. So now Hassan Piker's just doing that joke, but real. During the George W. Bush era, Arabs and Muslims Islamophobia killed Charlie, as it turns out. Unbelievable. Wow. What can't it do? The Barack Obama years were not so much a correction as continuity, with drone strikes, night raids, and forever war. What followed in President Trump's first term and in Joe Biden's administration was still more of the same, writes Hassan Piker. Extreme rhetoric about designated American enemies combined with aggressive sanctions and secret operations. A foreign policy organized around punishing and killing our supposedly sworn enemies, diplomacy be damned, conveys the terrible message that we can only kill and maim our way to achieving the world we want to live in. I fear this is most evident in, wait for it, America's ironclad support for Israel. So, pulling a gun or launching a missile has become a part of our national character, a sad reduction of morality to the time it takes for fingers to pull the trigger.
It's actually painful.
Americans, especially younger Americans, feel a sense of growing hopelessness as so many of those in power refuse to listen to their struggles, economic and otherwise. This entire article is a permission structure for violence. You can see why they're doing it. It's because of the war in Iraq that desensitizes us to violence. It's because capitalism and its predation, says the millionaire jackass who gallivants around in muscle t-shirts on Twitch. Hey, you want to know why I'm a little upset about this? Here's the reason I'm a little upset about this. New York Times invites Hassan Piker to write an op-ed obit about Charlie Kirk, a person he disagreed with about everything, as a sort of, what, emblem of decency? As some sort of promoter of decent dialogue? Hassan Piker, the same people on the left, Elizabeth Spires and others, are suggesting that Charlie was not an advocate for, debate. And he was debating Hassan Piker. He had before, apparently. Let me play you some Hassan Piker. You know what a permission structure for violence looks like? It looks like this. Here's Hassan Piker talking just, like 2 weeks ago about his lamentation that Donald Trump was still alive.
A lot of people were concerned. Everyone was so worried for the safety of the big, beautiful president. They were like, oh no, I hope that's not the case. I hope he's not dead. It would be so sad if he died. Except, psych, everybody was stoked. Everybody, oh my God. When it happens, I can't think of anything that so many people can point to without actually saying it. I'm not even joking. What else have we had as a collective, as a society, where we can just kind of point to it and, without even saying anything, and everybody understands it? Virtually everybody understands it. Now, as I've warned you before, evil never dies. As I warned you before, this is a byproduct of the Turkification of the United States of America. Yeah, we were monitoring the situation on Trump's untimely demise. Obviously, it didn't happen. He's golfing this morning, son of a bitch. That was a lot of fun, though.
Here was Hassan Piker talking about spilling blood in the streets of capitalists. Seems like somebody who... He's very anti-violence, you see. He's really forwarding the debate, Hassan Piker. He's a person you definitely need in the New York Times with an obit about Charlie Kirk basically blaming his death on capitalism and the natural predations of a country that supports Israel and engaged in the Iraq War, creating exactly the permission structures for violence, creating them. But don't worry, he's nonviolent. Listen to him be nonviolent. Here we go.
Hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley? I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
I mean, that's wow. So much nonviolence. I mean, what? Probably he should get an op-ed in the New York Times about Charlie's murder, probably. Or how about this one from 2022, talking about, what should happen to people he disagrees with.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the is this, man? Slice them up. Slice them and dice them. What the is this? You cannot have a bigger layup.
Okay, and then how about this one, where he said that it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Don't worry, he's very opposed to violence. Very, very opposed to political violence, says the New York Times. Probably should give him an op-ed. When I say that the left create permission structures for violence? It's because they do. Hassan Piker was given a massive profile in the New York Times just a few months ago. Hassan Piker was invited by the New Yorker to speak at the New Yorker Festival. He is being treated as though he was taking pictures with Zoran Mamdani, another pro-terrorist fellow on the left, like 5 minutes ago. Here he was talking about October 7th.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all.
Here was Hassan Piker justifying 9/11.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Here he was saying he had no issue with Hezbollah, another terrorist group. Is there a terrorist group he doesn't love? But don't worry, he's a nonviolent advocate for free speech and solid debate. In the New York Times, don't tell me that the left isn't fomenting violence when they create permission structures and celebrate people who create permission structures and in some cases openly celebrate terrorist violence.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like, everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them. Like,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
Hezbollah is responsible for the murder of 241 Americans in the Beirut barracks bombings in the early 1980s. Here is Hassan Piker saying that Zionists, by which he means Jews, he does, should be treated as rabid neo-Nazis.
I think, like, this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Probably we should give him an op-ed in the New York Times about the sources of political violence. He can call it "If I Did It." Meanwhile, again, this has spread across a large part of the left. Oxford's president, who debated Charlie Kirk, the president-elect, was promoting political violence just the other day over at Oxford.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
Where is the violence coming from? I don't know. It's all a mystery. Remember that Bob Villain character? Remember that guy? The one who was on stage in Britain saying death to the IDF. Remember that? At Glastonbury? Well, it turns out that the same people who hate the IDF and the same people who hate Western civilization more broadly and hate America and hate Trump, it turns out that they are perfectly excited about Charlie Kirk's murder. Just ecstatic about it. Here was Bob Villain saying that he was happy that Charlie had been murdered.
I want to dedicate this next one to an absolute piece of a human being. The pronouns was, were. Because if you take, you will get banned. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, a piece of...
So what exactly was he saying there? If you could not hear him there, he said, I want to dedicate this next one to an absolute piece of bleep of a human being. And then he said the pronouns was, were, because if you talk bleep, you will get banged. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, you piece of bleep. Then later he claimed that he wasn't actually celebrating Charlie's death. Because, no, of course not. Of course not. A permission structure of violence. It's not enough to just say political violence is bad. If you say with one hand, hey, I don't like political violence, and with the other hand, let the blood run in the streets of the capitalists. Or, you know why Charlie was shot? It's because of systemic problems with capitalism. And the capitalists, and the war in Iraq, and the people I disagree with. That's why Charlie was shot. And, you know, it's bad he was shot. But if the ideologies you humor are conspiratorial ideologies that end with the result, I don't like this viewpoint, therefore speech is violence and you deserve to be murdered, you are part of the problem. And you should be called out for that. You want to know why the numbers are going up on this? You want to know why the heat is going up? That's why the heat is going up. And the crocodile tears from the New York Times, of all places, while they promote precisely the kinds of people who do this, insane. Insane. Okay, meanwhile, apparently the left has decided that it's cancel culture now. If you wish Charlie Kirk's death, if you celebrate Charlie Kirk's death, and then you lose your job, that's cancel culture. Okay, let me explain. That is not cancel culture. That's not. Cancel culture is where you dig up somebody's 15-year-old tweet because you want to ruin their life. Cancel culture is where you say something that's basically innocuous or inside the Overton window, so to speak, and then everybody comes along and ruins your life. Make a dumb joke on Twitter and everybody ruins your life. Okay, that's cancel culture. You know what's not cancel culture? Somebody saying, I don't wish to pay somebody who celebrates the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry, if you post online that you're very, very happy, if you post a TikTok video yourself celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and your employer decides, hey, I don't feel like paying you, that is perfectly legitimate. If you say, I don't feel like going to the business of somebody who celebrates Charlie Kirk's death, that is perfectly within your rights. That is also an aspect of freedom. Now, let's be real. All of politics is extremely reactionary, and what that means is that because the left was so enamored, of censorship and shutdown, that they shut the Overton window this small, like super tight, there's a reaction by the right, which said that everything that was socially condemned or societally criticized was a form of cancel culture. And that is a bad definition, and it isn't true. You, as an employer, have no obligation to hire a current member of the neo-Nazis. You don't. That is not cancel culture. You, as an employer, do not have an obligation to employ nurses who post on TikTok about how much they're happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. You don't. Okay, cancel culture is a different thing. And we ought to be more specific about it, and listening to the left caterwaul about it. Yeah, guys, my sympathy for you is absolutely zero. Zero. Alrighty, meanwhile, the permission structures of the left incredibly strong. Kathy Hochul has now embraced Zohran Mamdani. She has endorsed Zohran Mamdani, a person who supports terrorism, a person who is on board with every one of the scavenger movements that I've described here. I mean, that is what the Democratic Party is doing. Stop pretending that ideologies are all the same. And you can see it at work over at the Emmys. So the Emmys were last night. And naturally, I mean, first of all, the self-involvement of the Emmys, insane. So the host, Nate Bargatze, he said he wasn't going to do politics, and he didn't. Not so for the people who were there. None of them had a single word to say about the murder of a person who is kind of in their business. I mean, Charlie was certainly in the political entertainment business. There's no question that that's the case, right? He appeared on many of their shows in terms of appearing on late night shows. Obviously, he was the butt of a joke on South Park, which he very much enjoyed, by the way, and thought was hilarious. Not a single mention of Charlie. Not a single mention. But many mentions of support for, wait for it, Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Again, the left is perfectly fine with violent movements so long as they mirror their political priors, so long as they believe that the system itself is corrupt. And these are the benefits. This is what makes Hollywood glitterati nonsense so appalling. Really, truly, like nauseating crap. The reason is because these are the greatest beneficiaries of America. These are talented idiots, many of them with the brains of guppies, who are walking around jabbering about politics. This is why Ricky Gervais, years ago, at the Emmys, told everybody, you're at the Golden Globes, I believe, said, you're all making asses of yourself. Just stop. No one needs to hear you on politics. You're ridiculous. You have less education than Greta Thunberg. He was right. They still aren't stopping. So you have Javier Bardem denouncing genocide. There wasn't a single word said about Charlie Kirk at this event. Not one. Not one. It's the biggest political assassination in the country in probably 50 years. Not a single word at the Emmys, but plenty of words in defense of terrorists in the Gaza Strip.
Here I am today denouncing the genocide in Gaza. I'm talking about the IAGS, which is the International Association of Genocide Scholars, who study thoroughly genocide and has declared it is a genocide. And that's why we ask for a commercial and diplomatic blockade and also sanctions on Israel to stop the genocide, free Palestine.
Thank you, Javier Bardem. Your words are taken under advisement. Meanwhile, Hannah Einbinder, who I'd never heard of because I guess she's in a show called Hacks. And she is, again, she's like Bernie Sanders, about as Jewish as a ham sandwich, but likes to pretend that she is somehow associated with Jewishness in order to promote wild anti-Judaic left-wing points of view. She decided to use her time to not only promote a terror state, but also to say F ICE, which is just great.
Finally, I just want to say, finally, go Birds, ICE, and free Palestine. Thank you.
She followed that up by suggesting that she, as a Jew, she had to separate off from the idea that the Jews support Israel. No, Jews don't support you. Jews don't support you because you're a clown masquerading as somebody who has any association with Jewishness. While enjoying, again, the best that Western civilization has to offer, fancy dresses, fine wines, $50,000 swag bags, an Emmy award for saying words that someone else wrote. Congrats to you, Hannah Einbinder. And this is what Hollywood is. A virtue-signaling, luxury belief, permission structure for violence group of complete dullards.
I feel like it is my obligation as a Jewish person to distinguish Jews from the state of Israel because our religion and our culture is such an important and long-standing, basically like institution that is really separate to this sort of ethno-nationalist state. And in terms of the pledge, it's like many movements, boycotting is an effective tool to create pressure on the powers that be to meet the moment, you know. So the Film Workers for Palestine boycott does not boycott individuals. It only boycotts institutions that are directly complicit in the genocide.
I mean, she's a clown. I mean, first of all, it's not even factually true. It boycotts institutions like the Tel Aviv Film Festival, which its great crime is existing. But again, this is what Hollywood is. This is what Hollywood is. It's idiot jokes who pretend to be profound, while simultaneously standing for some of the most violent people on planet Earth. This goes all the way back to Jane Fonda standing for the fangirling over the Viet Cong. But you know who they're really excited for? They're really excited for Stephen Colbert, because if there was one hero of the week in terms of free speech last week, it wasn't the man who got shot while debating. It was Stephen Colbert, who is a victim of being paid tens of millions of dollars to do a horrible show with low ratings and blowing extraordinary quantities of cash on his overproduced junkyard of a television late-night show. So much heroism. So much heroism. And of course, they're very, wow, look at that. Congrats to Stephen Colbert, who is probably worth $100 million for being just horrible at his job. But he got fired. And that means he's a hero. A true hero of the Republic.
Sit down. Thank you very much. We gotta go. We gotta go. But while I have your attention, is anyone hiring?
He then went on to talk about, his own heroism. His own heroism for, having been fired for not being a good host.
Sometimes you only truly know how much you love something when you get a sense that you might be losing it. And 10 years later, in September of 2025, my friends, I have never loved my country more desperately. God bless America. Stay strong, be brave, and if the elevator tries to bring you down, go crazy and punch a higher floor. Woo!
Oh, what a hero. What a hero. Well, at least we know they're on the right side of history. Well, you know, these ridiculous people at the Emmys congratulating themselves. The good news is that their reach is relatively limited. I asked my sponsors at Comet, a new web browser by Perplexity, how many people watch the 2024 Emmys? It's too early for the ratings. And how many people go to church in the United States on a typical Sunday? The answer is the average audience for the Emmy Awards telecast in 2024 was somewhere between 6.87 and 6.9 million people, which was an increase over 2023, but still not huge numbers, a little under 7 million people. Meanwhile, church attendance in the United States, Gallup's most recent data indicates regular weekly church attendance in 2025 stands at 20% of Americans, which amounts to somewhere between 66 and 70 million people. And, you know, on a monthly basis, somewhere between 135 and 145 million people go to church. And church attendance is going up. The Emmy ratings, they've been bouncing around, but they're still remaining pretty low. I would imagine that Sunday the churches were packed. That's what the report I was hearing from all my Christian friends. I will say that at my synagogue on Saturday, not only was it packed, but every synagogue that I know, every single shul that I know, had a prayer specifically for Charlie, or a speech specifically about Charlie, talking about what he meant to the country. Alrighty, folks, before we go to Member Block, I want to remind you, you should go over to tpusa.com and go and help out. You should join TPUSA if you haven't already. You should give to TPUSA. You should open a chapter of TPUSA at your local high school or university. There's also a Give, Send, Go for Charlie's family. You should absolutely contribute. We at Daily Wire are planning on helping out in a bunch of different ways with TPUSA. Charlie leaves an enormous, enormous legacy. It's unthinkable that he was only 31. For the amount that the man accomplished in his life, that he was only 31 years old is unbelievable. And as I said last week, you know, Charlie is not here anymore, but he's here so long as you pick up the microphone. We all have to pick up the microphone, and we all have to carry on his message. So go help out today. Get active. The best thing, tons of people went to church. That's something Charlie would have wanted yesterday. Tons of people are getting involved. Obviously, that's something Charlie spent his entire life building. Get involved, because that is the best way to continue Charlie's legacy. All right, we're going to jump into that mailbag, answer some of your questions. Obviously, it's been incredible. It's just a brutally difficult week for so many people, including people who are fans of the show, many of whom were huge fans of Charlie Kirk. Benjamin says, I used to do campus outreach and ministry. Charlie's death hit me hard. It felt like it could happen to any non-famous campus ministry worker next without national news coverage. The murder, its online celebrations, and distorted mainstream media seem to create a permission structure for more such violence. Yes. My question, given the chilling effects on speech from this politically motivated assassination, is it appropriate to label it domestic terrorism? Yes. Yes, the politically motivated assassination that is designed to create fear in people. 100% is terrorism. 2, can public employees who celebrated the attack be fired for cause? I believe positions of public trust are incompatible with celebrating domestic terrorism or political violence. Do you agree? Yes. The answer is yes. And again, that's not cancel culture. That is called reality. If you celebrate a terror attack, if you celebrate a political assassination, and you're a taxpayer employee, yeah, that should fall right under your for cause contract. Absolutely. I have to say, the amount of outpouring for Charlie is an amazing thing. So I went to synagogue on Saturday, because I always go to synagogue on Saturday. And I went to a synagogue I don't usually go to, so I didn't really know anybody there. I was actually out in Los Angeles because I was doing Bill Maher's show on Friday, so I spent the weekend out in LA. And at the synagogue, which is filled with Sephardi Jews, right? It's a Sephardic synagogue, so again, not my usual precinct, and also not kind of usually the group of people that I'm davening with, because I'm Ashkenaz. And they got up and they did a full-scale tribute to Charlie right in the middle of the davening. And from what I hear, that was common across all shuls across the country, like legitimately across the country. It's an amazing thing. Paul says, hey, Ben, longtime member, longer time listener to all your work. I'd love your take on a thought I had on what's going on in our culture today. As Americans, predominantly the left, move further and further away from religion, the more radical and dangerous our society becomes. People are replacing religious beliefs with government and the groups they create instead of God. Do people long to fight and believe in something bigger than themselves? I can't put my finger on the need for people to act like this and seek these groups. Is that why BLM, trans movement, and Free Palestine, to name a few, have gathered a cult following and become more and more unhinged? Is it religion for people? After all, we're talking about good and evil now. Is this their higher power? Yes. Yes. There's a God-shaped hole in the heart. People are filling it with politics. They're filling it with gaming. They're filling it with all sorts of things that don't fit. And that is why some of these political movements are taking on the trappings of sort of religion generally. A belief system in good and evil, except the evil people are the people who disagree with you. And also without God and without forgiveness. Now, without any higher standard of morality by which you are to abide. Annette says, would it be constitutional or legal to require that all online accounts across all platforms require you to display your full legal name? I think this would really discourage people from all their hateful comments, and it would get rid of bots maybe. I think that would be good. My understanding is that's the case over at Threads, over on Facebook, is that there are no eggs, right? You don't get to be anonymous. Now, listen, I understand the drive toward anonymity in areas where it's quote unquote politically dangerous. I get it. I do. I mean, obviously, the Federalist Papers were written anonymously. I think it is fair to say in a country that is free like the United States, not every social media service has to be the same. But I think that it would be a good thing for people to have to display their name alongside the things that they say in the United States on social media. And it's your decision whether you wish to engage in social media. Again, you can post anonymously anywhere. But if the idea is that you just get to, sit behind your anonymous name and fire off death threats, I'm not sure that that's a good thing. David says, Ben, how do we coexist with so many left-wing lunatics who would celebrate our murder, if not outright murder us themselves for having a different opinion? Well, I mean, the answer is it makes it very difficult to coexist with people who celebrate your murder. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing from some friends who say that as soon as somebody does that and they engage in discussion, sometimes people back down, sometimes they acknowledge they're wrong, and that's the way that we should address people, obviously. But yes, this is a growing problem in the country. It is a growing problem in the country, and the mainstream legitimization of violence against political opponents is egregious, and it is going to end with more people under threat. And I speak as someone who is under 24/7 security for probably the rest of my life, I would assume. And there's a reason why. Over the weekend, my security was telling me you cannot go out to dinner. But that's not unique to me. That's true for pretty much every public figure at this point on the right. I mean, I think that's kind of the norm at this point. Nicholas says, Dear Ben, I'm a huge fan of the show. I've been watching for 6 years now. Your recent episodes have discussed how certain belief systems are more predisposed to violence than others, which makes sense. I was discussing this with friends the other day, and they brought up all the statistics show political violence is overwhelmingly from right-leaning groups. The statistics they cite are from the ADL, etc. I did my own research and confirmed these statistics do in fact show the majority of violence comes from right-leaning groups. From what I've experienced, it seems there's an outsized amount of violence from left-leaning groups. I know it doesn't matter which side the violence comes from. It just seems to me that recently the majority of the violence coming from left-leaning groups, but the statistics I've seen do not demonstrate that. I was wondering if you could demonstrate if these statistics are biased or if they have merit. Sure. So there have been some stats that are going around online talking about right versus left violence. And first of all, there's sometimes misidentification. So they'll take a person who's totally crazy, shooting somebody, and they'll say it's a right-winger. Or they will have an act like the Pulse nightclub murder, which is a radical Muslim, and they will attribute that to quote-unquote right-wing violence. Or they will totally ignore the BLM violence of 2020. So sometimes you can look at the statistical measure that's being used, and you can immediately tell that it's biased because it is not including certain types of crime, other types of crime it's miscategorizing or misclassifying. The reality is that when you look at sort of the broad violence, again, I think you have to be more specific than is it just left or right. It's like, how much violence is coming from the white supremacists? And the answer is some. If there's a shooting at a synagogue, there's a good shot it was a white supremacist. And we've had white supremacist shootings elsewhere as well. If there's a shooting at a church, it is very likely to be a radical Muslim or a radical left-wing trans advocate. And Michael Knowles actually did like an entire episode on this recently, just going through some of these stats. And as he pointed out, for example, the Covenant school shooting, that shooting was classified by these statisticians as not left-wing violence because the victims were quote-unquote not right-wing. So, yeah, again, these stats can be played with for sure. Dan says, hey, Ben, with the latest revelation about the roommate of Charlie Kirk's assassin, what, in your view, is the best way to fight transgender ideology? In 2016, Obama threatened schools that didn't comply with his directive to open girls' bathrooms up to boys by denying them federal funding. President Trump is doing the same today. When you speak to the difference in the constitutionality of President Trump and Obama's approach, Is this the best way? Is there any other way? I mean, first of all, yes, criminalizing actual transgender surgeries and hormone treatments would be a good thing. That's happened in a lot of states. It should happen federally. Beyond that, should the FBI be keeping very, very close tabs in the same way they do to white supremacist sites? Should they be keeping very, very close tabs on violent trans groups and self-associating chats? Absolutely, they should. Law enforcement resources need to be expended on keeping tabs on the most violent or likely violent groups in our society, and that, of course, would include that. Philip says, hey, Ben, I never met Charlie Kirk or listened to him daily. I only saw clips of him debating people on college campuses. For some reason, I can't put my finger on it. I'm so torn up and feel deep pain for him and his family. I can't believe someone would assassinate such a good person. I'm wondering if you touch on why someone I don't know would have such an effect on me, and I'm sure many other people. First of all, if you watched Charlie debate, I mean, he was quite nice. He was quite principled. He was civil. There's a point I saw online. The reason that millions of people are mourning Charlie Kirk is not just because of the politics that he espoused or even his belief in Christ. The reason so many people are mourning Charlie Kirk is because of the way he approached the world. He did not approach the world like Andrew Tate, bare-chested and thumping and talking about masculinity treating women like crap or anything. Charlie approached the world as a normal conservative person who does normal good things in the world. And that is what made him beloved. And I think the reason why so many people are responding this way is because you look at Charlie and you don't see a sort of larger than life figure. You don't. I mean, I knew Charlie fairly well. Charlie is a larger than life figure because he wasn't larger than life. He just was life, Charlie. He was very lively and he was a person filled with life, but also totally normal. Totally normal. He wasn't performative. He wasn't going out there and doing things that you knew he was just acting. That wasn't who Charlie was. He was authentic. I think people felt that about Charlie. I think that they look at him, they see their own brother or their own dad or their own son. And I think they're right to feel that way. I think they are. Benjamin said, hey, Ben, I want to make an argument about trans ideology and hear what you think. Imagine a world where we have a growing population of paranoid schizophrenics with a high propensity for violence against themselves and others. One major political party is feeding their delusions, telling them the reality of gender isn't real, and they are actually the other gender. The party also tells them that those who disagree with their delusions are genocidal maniacs, and they are at risk of being killed every day. If this were true, the schizophrenics could be justified in using violence against the alleged committers of the genocide. How is this dystopian hypothetical scenario any different than the way the entire left and psychological community treat with gender dysphoria? Is this argument valid? I mean, not only is it valid, I just made it on the show, so great minds think alike and also apparently have the same name. Alrighty, folks. So, first of all, you should go check out Charlie's show today. J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States, is hosting Charlie Kirk's show. There are a wide variety of links available over at TPUSA to help Charlie's family, to help out TPUSA, as people have been saying. TPUSA is a great organization to associate with. If you want to start a chapter, you should. If you want to give money, you should. There's Give, Send, Go for Charlie's family as well. I encourage you to go associate more with the folks over at TPUSA. And remember that now that Charlie is no longer here, he's still here so long as people pick up that microphone. That's all of you. And going and spreading the word. All right, folks, we've reached the end of the show. We'll be back here tomorrow with much more. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
Don't just get the news. Understand what the news means on The Michael Knowles Show. I will take you beneath the surface of daily political events to see their historical, philosophical, even religious roots. Catch it Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on the Daily Wire.
You have a favorite? Oh, who just shot at me? Ah! Who's shooting at me? Ow, 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 I'm hit. Who do you like more? I mean, they're all good, but like, who's the best? I know a lot of people end up dying on this bridge. This guy just tried to kill me. It's okay, I'm taking his money. Ow, fucking ass. Gave me a bruise. A slug? Yo, this armor just stopped a slug. That's actually pretty badass. A plus. Also 2A plus. I would like to have some better armor. Like, guess that's not happening. So these slugs are not that special. They're not going to break anything that I need them to break anyways. But it'll be fun to play around with a little bit while I'm out here on the golf course. Hello? 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 Are you guys all giving out PS? You are. Oh. And your armor's not as broken as mine, so I'll take that. Hello? Anybody home? Oh, hi. You gotta pick a favorite, though. Shit, man. Y'all need to chill. Here, have one of these. Should help you chill out a little bit. Hello? I saw someone else in the trees, did I not? Oh. If I did... He's not there anymore. Oh, he is still there. Hello? Hello?
I've been shot. That fucker shot me.
I did more than just shoot you, bro. You okay? Dude. I was trying to help you. Fucking asshole. Try to help a guy out and he breaks my fucking arm with a shotgun slug. What a dick. What a gift for being a good person. Where's the guy at that charged me? He's like right here, right? Ugh. Whatever, it's not that big of a deal. Anybody else in here? No? Cool. Okay, I'm here for a golf club. Need a flashlight to help me find it. In here. You have to pick a favorite. You can't say them all. Eat some bamboo. Oh, that's not bamboo, that's beans. Allegedly, the golf club is in here. Is there a light switch? No? Cool. Oh, it might be in the golf club employee only room if it doesn't spawn here. Which is annoying that it's all the way over there if it doesn't spawn where it's supposed to. That's fine. I'm on my way. That is a nasty slug. What did that do to him? Somebody else has shot him? No, it was just me. So my slug went in his shoulder or something and came out his chest. Oh, it bounced off of the bone in his arm and then hit his lungs. That's what happened. That's actually kind of cool. I love that about this game. I really do. Ooh, a gold card. And a shit helmet again. Hello? Oh, hi. Hold on, I'll be back tomorrow when I'm done reloading this thing. I want to take it out for a little test run. What the fuck was that lag? That's so fucking annoying. Watch, it's not gonna let me respawn to go grab my shit now. What in the actual hell? What is going on? Let me go grab my shit. Surprise, bit. Oh, let me catch my breath, and then I will surprise you. I see you. You did. Oh shit. I don't know where you came from, sir. That was mighty annoying. Oh wait, did I see what I thought I saw? Yes, I did. 3A, 2A plus. We're taking 3A. Oh, what happened to you, by the way? Are you the guy I shot at earlier? No, you took one slug to the fucking lung and died. Oh, oh. Okay then. Oh. Oh. Nope. 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 That was mad skilled. That was not. Who the fuck is shooting at me? Up. I think I got him. Is it just the one? Yourself. $1 million. Nice, a patrol bag. Now I shot someone out here somewhere. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Holy shit. No! This is ridiculous! This is a one-shot! He shot me in the armpit and it broke my lungs! That's one thing I hate about this game, is how the bullets ricochet. The irony of me saying that now. I'm running out of things I can do here to redeem myself. I'm trying so hard to get into that golf club, and they just keep coming out of nowhere. Bleed out, give him some time. Those were APs, right? He's dead. Stop! Stop reloading! Let me go! Bro, you were shooting me through a fucking wall. That needs fixed. That ain't me no more. That's the game being broken. I literally threw a grenade over the wall because you weren't going to be shootable because there was a wall there. And what do? You one-shot me in the fucking armpit. Through a wall. Sometimes this game pisses me off. And it's times like that. I don't mind dying. I'm fine with dying. I've died like 20 times today. But we are at the point now where there's been about 2 or 3 bullshit deaths in a row in the same exact spot, and I still haven't been able to shoot my actual gun. Like, my actual gun just has been getting picked up and dropped, and picked up and dropped, and picked up and dropped. It's too fucking hot in here, man, too. Holy shit. It is 110 degrees in my bedroom right now. It is colder outside. By a margin. Oh. At this point, I kind of just want to leave. How quickly can we escape this place? I still need that golf club. I came all the way here for it. Everything's already dead. Let's go claim my fucking golf club. Now, bro, I know you're over here. Oh, you're dead. So the grenade killed you. You just decided, the game just decided it wanted me to die too. Cool. Oh, I got killed by a slug. Fortunate for you. You have more armor than mine. Just because you haven't been shot as much yet. You're better than mine because you haven't been hit yet. Okay. Golf club might be in here somewhere. Did I lose my extended mag? I think I did. It could be left during near one of my covers. Well, let's take a look around, see if we can't find a magazine sitting on the floor. There's a guy's arm here. Love that. So I started the fight like over here. Yeah, there's my first body. Is my magazine out here? I believe this is where I dumped it. I guess not. Well, I mean, if it's gone, it's gone. I can buy another one for a few hundred. It's not a big deal. It's just a really good magazine for the gun that it is. Yeah, it's fine. That's not a big deal. It's almost a 30-round magazine for a Glock. Like, that's not a joke, man. That thing was nasty. And put in some nasty work, too. Alright, let's go back in and see if we can't find that golf club. You seen a golf club around here? Oh, that's a golf club. Let me have it. Look, there's a lot of golf clubs. Let me have it. Oh, you're killing me, game. Smartphone, I can sell that at least. That'll make up, more than make up for the missing thing. I think that's enough to buy me like 2 more of the magazines, actually. Employees only. It could be in here. Nope. It could be in here. Oh my god, there's so many employees only rooms. Could be in here. That didn't feel very employees only to me. Whose blood is that? Oh. I just want this fucking golf club, yo. Look at all the golf clubs. You're telling me none of these are the golf club I need. What, did it not fucking spawn? I've had enough. I'm out of here. I at least need to go clean out my pockets. And it's still not here either. The internet told me the wrong spot. All of that for nothing. Let's leave this hellhole. This game is royally pissing me off right now. It has been for the past 2 hours. I'm probably gonna call it a quit on this game after I get back. All the progress I just worked on is gone anyways. Have another one, bitches. God, them gold cards are worth a lot now. Goodbye, bitch. Come on. Oh, that's a player. And he's black. Oops. Well, I'm getting convicted of a hate crime now. Hello? Oh, oh. Cool.
Fucking commander. Who does it think he is? Motherfucker never leaves the base. Just sends us out there to...
Fucking cool, man. If I hit him in the leg with this, he should bleed out. It's a Hydra shock, right? Oh no, this is extreme penetrator. Okay, we're gonna headshot him then. Hello? Nope. I'm back, bitches.
Where are you, Merc? We're not done playing. Get to the end for you, cocksucker! Fucking asshole! Stop playing and start fighting like a man.
Nope. Nope.
Think I can't find you in this fucking
Nope.
country?
Nope. I'm leaving. I wanna go this way now. Yo, is there someone alive in here?
Come out! Don't hide, you bitch!
Is that you?
Asshole! Stop playing and start fighting like a man.
It is.
Hey, put your hands in the air and walk towards me, asshole. You hear me?
Shut up.
Where are you, Merc? We're not done playing yet. This will be a lot.
Hey, if you're in here bleeding out, just say something, bro. I'll save you.
Come out, throw down your gun, and I promise I won't shoot. You really think I can't find you in my own fucking country?
Oh, I'm out of ammo. I guess we give him a minute to bleed out. Well, there went one of the most expensive guns I've ever had in this game. Goodbye to that. Goodbye to all my shit. It's all gone now. All I wanted was a fucking golf club. And I've been spending 2 hours trying to get it, and I couldn't get it. I got it and brought it back, and then I still got one shot. And then it despawned from my inventory. What an adventure this has been. I've been having so much fun with this. Oh look, you're dead. It's almost like what I did should have killed you in the first fucking place. You didn't even care you had a fucking grenade stuck to your goddamn forehead. Neck shot. You survived a neck shot and a grenade. Hey, bitch. Shut up. How about that? Stop telling me what to do.
Fighting like a man. It doesn't have to end this way.
You should have died a long time ago. What armor tier are you? 3 versus 3. Okay, we're keeping what I have. Look at this shit. Ridiculous. Dudes just weren't dying for no damn reason. Like, how many bullets did you take? Because I know I pumped a shit ton of fucking rock into you. It shows 1 bullet. So that's broken. That's bullshit. You took about 17 rounds of Glock and about 20 rounds of fucking 7.62, and it's only showing 1 bullet hit you. You were reacting to them. You were flinching. I watched you flinching to the bullets. Fucking stupid. Who's in here? I'll have you know I'm in a very bad mood, sir. I warned you. You didn't listen. So you didn't notice, I'm not really playing anymore. Y'all done have finished pissing me the fuck off. That was the best gun I've ever had in this game. Bitch, you thought. And that's what you get for thinking. Hello, assholes. That's right, I'm here. Hello. Come on, bro, where you hiding? I know there was two of y'all. Ow, what the? I'm gonna throw an actual fit. I look away for 1 second to send a text message, and that's what fucking happened to me. What we got? Hollow points. We're fucked. It's game over. Pack up your fucking bags. bleed out. Just give it time. Told ya. He had a shit ton of hollows in his leg. The one that bled him out was in his shoulder. Weird. I have magazines for the 1911. I should probably use it. Alright, we gotta go back and grab this thing again for the third fucking time. I really want to leave this place, man. I hate I hate fucking, what's the name of this place again? I hate Midnight Sapphire. I literally carry a second backpack slot for a gun. Not so that I can have two guns, but because I always want to pick one up to bring back to sell. I mean, they can go up to about $1,000 on sale, so like, it's good money. Oh, I miss my suppressed AK. Put some hollows in here. Go ahead and pull it out. Cool. Unload. More hollows. Stick it back in. Unload. Hollows. Equip it. Rack it. Unload. Hollow. Stick it back in. Sell that. We're gonna go for 545s. Oh. Oops. But first we need to make a new gun. Now the AKM MOA of 3.5, that's an automatic fucking nope. 3.21 automatic nope. Those things have the accuracy of my mom. My mom doesn't even know what an iron sight is. We've apparently unlocked new pants. Those ones to be exact. Might as well put them on. Now, we should have a new weapon here. This is an AK-74M with a 3.2. So you're shit. You are also shit. Do you have any good attachments I can take? No. You're just all around shit. What is this though? What is it? What does it do? Alright, let's stick it on here and test it out. Okay, so it toggles between infrared laser and green laser. Okay. So, you're useful. You're just not that useful. And you're getting sold. Now, it is time for us to pick a gun. And I think it's time we make a change in the guns that we're using, to be honest. 5.56 to 5.65, correct? Or 5.5. We're going from 5.45 to 5.46, or whatever. You know what I'm switching to. If you know your ammo, and if you don't know your ammo, then what I'm saying doesn't mean anything to you, anyways. Go ahead and stick that in there. Go ahead and stick that in there. What are these? We'll try these. Let's see how effective they are. Honestly, I think this is as complete as a weapon as you're gonna get. No, it's actually missing some stuff, so let's fix that. So, you're gonna need a light. So let's give you a light. Or not. Can you take a star? No. Can you take this? No. Well, how am I... You aggravate me sometimes, game. So you take an M-lock? No. So you take... We already have one. I don't need that. What do I need to do to attach something to you, bro? What kind of M-lock do you want? Come on. Don't be a dick. I'll buy you whatever M-lock you want. This one. Here you go. You can have 3 of them. Look at that. See, I told you I was going to help you, bro. Look at that. Look at that. You are M-locked the hell up. Okay. So now, when I open you, you're going to let me put stuff on you, right? Wow. Look at that. Thank you for not being a cunt anymore. This should be an interesting thing to run. So we have... Turn the infrared off, turn the infrared off, turn the green off, turn that off. Green laser meets red laser. Because why the fuck not? The only thing we're missing now...
Hello.
Let's go get a blue laser, just because we can.
Restock my inventory right quick and then we can roll.
Yeah, I was just doing the same.
Pee pee poo poo.
There's somebody at golf course, so they might have already looted the villas, so we might not get anything there.
Alright.
Green laser. Who sold the blue laser? I don't think the Clash 2 is a blue laser.
Alright, I'm ready to roll.
Alright, let's go.
Protection level 3. Protection level 3 plus. Let's just sell this at this point. Somewhere around here. We're gonna sell that too. That's getting sold for sure. And let's throw the Phantom on. Fuck yeah. Yeah, we've essentially emptied that fucking gear crate. We have emptied that gear crate. Okay. Okay. Looking for something specific, and I forget what I'm looking for. Oh, those goggles! Where are those goggles at? I know I had a pair. But I forget where I put them. Oh, they're right here. I'm probably not ever going to use 545 by 556 again. The only reason I was using them was because I found that really good gun and I upgraded it and it became really strong. So let's start getting rid of 545 by 556. This needs to go with me. Sweet. Ah, cramps. Let's take a look at what these tracers look like, shall we? I'm gonna be straight up with you, I don't see the tracer. This is the new toy. Got some big magazines in it too, look at that. Is that DDM4 coming with a boosted mag? It is. I could spend 13k on a nuke and just launch it wherever I'm about to go. You're still not leveled up. You're still not leveled up. Look at that, you're still right there. Oh, that's annoying. You I didn't expect to level up. But you we finished, and you I've been working on for a while. The reason I wanted to level up Banshee so bad was so that I could make this. So if you didn't know, this is one of my favorite guns ever, but I hate this version of it. I hate the small version of it that is used for like close quarters. What I do like is being able to have all the parts to make this out of it. And that's a much stronger gun. And it's actually a really, really, really strong gun. I quite like it. And the bullets that it uses are just absolutely mean. Like, they will rip through you. Yep. It shoots 300 blackouts. I didn't know. Blackouts are some pretty mean bullets. That one on the right is a 300 blackout. They are nasty. Versus, so like this typical standard issue is going to be 5.56. That's what most rifles use these days in the US. So that is the 5.56. That's standard issue for the military even. That's what the military uses. Their M4A1s, they carry that 5.56 round. And what gets shot out is this tip right here. So it cuts off there and just that part goes out. This is the 300 blackout. That shit will cut you in half. It is a mean bullet and I love it. I don't know why they're called blackouts, but it could have something to do with what they do to a person when they get hit by it. Anyways, it's a submachine gun. That's what it shoots, is those. And this little guy right here shoots that big ass thing. Ugh. Imagine getting hit with one of those out of one of my custom builds. Ouch. But then again, there's also the, where's it at? This guy. And you can probably tell just by looking at this guy. Over here. That, getting shot by that is probably not in your best interest. If you can tell that, you're definitely right. Because just one of these will rip you in half for certain. Like, there's no chance of survival. So that's a 7.62 by 54. I'll show you that real quick. You can't really tell the difference much here. Oh, that's by 39. Those are the much smaller ones. No, I want the 7.62 by 54. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, let's just say 762 by 39 and 300 blackout are the same size, because they are. The blackout might be a little longer and narrower, but they're basically the same size. Now, so we're basically comparing 762 by 39. So that's the difference on the size of nose. That doesn't look correct, actually. Here we go. So that's the 792 by 33. That's a pistol round. 57. That's a very uncommon rifle cartridge. 39. So that's a standard assault rifle round. It's like what the AK-47 uses, for example. And that is going to be the one that's the same size as the blackout. That is the 54R. Which is what the gun that I was just showing you uses. So, I mean, you're very dead if you get hit by that. Do you need a demonstration? I kind of want to hold this thing real quick. What did these use again? Oh, you also use 762 by 51. Oh no, 51s, not 54s. Okay. But yeah, give them some big ass bullets. Look at them chodes in there. Oh, this thing isn't fully loaded. Better fix that. One of these is the gun I was just working with. I think it's this one. It is not this one. This one? Nope. This thing. Yep. Some realistic glass right there. big ass magazine to be sticking in a fucking pistol, man. I miss my good pistol though. What should I do? I'm kind of bored. I was gonna call my girlfriend and talk to her, but she was ignoring me, so I was like, I don't know what to do now. I should have grabbed some caffeine pouches from the fucking car.
lot easier if you just crawl out, Merc.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to Foxtrot 1. seconds. I'm here. Move it. Go. Get ready. We're moving out. We're getting close. 1 minute. Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
surrounded. Just come out and get on the ground. Shit!